All right. We are on the record in 231500139, State of Utah versus Kouri Richins. Can I have counsel for the state make their appearances?
Good morning, Your Honor. Brad Bloodworth, Lindsay Shervanack, Margaret Olson, Joseph Hill, and Fred Burmester for the state.
Welcome to all of you. For the defense, please.
Wendy Lewis, Catherine Nestor, and Alexander Ramos, and Ms. Richins is present.
Good morning, Ms. Richins. All right, we're here for an evidentiary hearing on 3 motions to suppress. We previously had a discussion on the record regarding initial burdens. I've made notes on the motions that match that discussion. Which motion do you all want to handle first, or is there an agreed order of events?
Your Honor, there's an agreed order that roughly follows chronology. The first is the motion to suppress statements and evidence. The state, for 3 of the 4 issues raised in that motion, bears the burden, so we've agreed that the state will just go first.
Okay.
On that. The second motion is the motion to suppress electronic data. The defense bears the burden on that motion. The defense will go first on that. The third in order is the motion to suppress the letter. Again, the defense bears the burden. They will go first.
Who is the state's first witness?
Your Honor, the state's first witness is Detective Eric Maynard. But before we get there, the state would like to move into evidence what we have previously marked as exhibits 1 through 149. Move into evidence for the purpose of this hearing only.
Is there a stipulation to that effect?
Your Honor, we got these exhibits at like 10:30 last night. I was already asleep. So can we just do that at the end? I mean, whatever he ends up using. I don't expect we're going to object to any of these, but just because I haven't gone through them all, can we just, they come?
It would be helpful to me to have a record of what's being offered through which witness so I can understand and have some notes. Any objection?
Your Honor, in a sense, the state is offering them into evidence now, kind of considering both the evidentiary standard for a hearing like this,
right,
under 1101 referring back to 104. The state does not intend to address most of these exhibits today. Rather than the state is moving them into evidence to use them to reference in our follow-on papers.
I appreciate that. Are you going to be laying any foundation for the ones you don't expressly reference today? For example, there are, it appears, numerous either transcripts or notes from telephone calls. Is somebody going to talk about where those came from or when they were secured?
Your Honor, we can. All the phone calls referenced are jail phone calls using HomeWave, the jail phone call system, which, I don't know, we have laid foundation for several times throughout the course of the proceedings.
Right.
I think kind of the only, to my mind, audio and video recordings that we haven't discussed in other proceedings in some fashion are a video recording by Detective Maynard, an audio recording by Detective Woody, and a video recording by Detective O'Driscoll. I will address each of those recordings in my examination of those witnesses.
I appreciate all of that. Guess it's up to the state to proceed how you want, but I'd hate to see you miss a short opportunity to lay some basic foundation for some things that you want to refer to in the briefing rather than just call a witness who can say this is how this stuff was gathered. You need to provide some foundation for reliability. It doesn't need to meet the formal admissibility threshold that would be required under a formal application of the rules of evidence. But there has to be some foundation for reliability.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I guess to some edge we can do that. I think mostly we're talking about warrants, self-authenticating documents.
Sure.
I'll bear that in mind.
Okay.
I appreciate that the defense didn't get notice of these exhibits until after I was in bed last night.
Sure.
Also, please bear in mind that the defense's moving papers are somewhat vague and uncertain. And rather than litigate their sufficiency under Rule 12, the state has decided, perhaps at some risk, but the state has decided to just roll with this. And in doing that, it is unclear precisely what evidence we will need to respond to the defense's motions, because at this point I don't think we're really on proper notice. So we have taken an expansive view with the hope that we have swept up all the evidence we may need. That, of course, will be ultimately determined once we receive more substantive papers from the defense.
We'll see where this goes. The defense certainly is reserving its objections based on or regarding the reliability of the state's evidence, and we'll see how it shakes out. Okay. With that, go ahead.
One more, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Not only is there 1 through 149, as we have done in the litigation so far, there are certain documents on the court's docket that we will be referring to throughout today. For example, 214 is the walk the dog letter.
Understood.
And we will refer to in our opposition papers.
Okay. Understood.
Your Honor, subject to the off-the-record discussion this morning, the state calls Detective Eric Maynard.
Okay. I'm going to adjust that a little bit. On the record, but sealed discussion we had this morning. Sam, I need you to stop video recording for a moment. Thank you. There will still be an audio record of Detective Maynard's testimony. Ms. Nestor, you're looking at me. You ready to go? Okay. Let's call Detective Maynard. Zach, will you let Detective Maynard know we can have him in now? Thank you. Sam, to be clear, audio fine, no video for this witness. Thank you, sir.
And Your Honor, just to be clear, we're only objecting to the video of the witness himself.
Yeah, it's just easier to leave the camera off. Detective, if you'll step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
If you'll please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Maynard, are you currently a detective with the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I am.
Were you a detective with the Summit County Sheriff's Office on April the 13th, 2022?
Yes, I was.
I want to turn your attention to that day at approximately 10 o'clock in the morning. Do you recall that day?
I do.
At that time?
Yes.
What were you doing?
I was assisting in a warrant service in Francis.
And was that warrant to be served on a Willow Court address where the defendant in this case resided?
Yes.
Was that warrant also to be served on the defendant's person?
Yes, it was.
And while you were at that address, in conjunction with serving a warrant, what were you doing?
My assignment on that particular day was to be kind of an advanced observer. And so I was in the area before the rest of the team of detectives was.
Your Honor, I'm having trouble hearing him. Can he speak up to the
You
mic?
can sit wherever you're comfortable. It's easier to move the mic. There
Okay.
you go.
My assignment that day was to be on site at the location prior to the other detectives to watch for people leaving or coming to the home.
While watching for people leaving or coming to the home, did you observe anybody leave the home?
Yes, I did.
What did you observe?
I observed Kouri Richins, who was a part of that warrant, leave the home in her Infiniti SUV.
And was the defendant, Kouri Richins, the subject of the search of the person portion of that warrant?
Yes, for her cellular phone.
When you observed her leave the home where she was then residing in the Infiniti SUV, what did you do?
I followed her a short distance just around the corner from her home and initiated a traffic stop.
And when you initiated that traffic stop, were you behind her?
I was.
Did you then initiate the stop by turning on your emergency lights?
Yes, I did.
And did she stop?
She did.
What did you do next?
At that point, I made contact at the driver's side window. I asked her to step out of the vehicle, informed her that she was being detained, and had her come back and sit in the passenger seat of my vehicle.
Why did you detain her outside of her vehicle?
My job was to preserve evidence. Her cell phone was left in the vehicle, and I wanted to get her out of the vehicle so she wouldn't be able to access her cell phone.
When she left her vehicle, where did she go?
I took her to my vehicle and sat her down in the passenger's front seat.
At this point, was she in handcuffs?
No, she was not.
Was she ever in handcuffs?
No, sir.
Was she under arrest?
No, sir.
Was she ever under arrest?
No,
Did you take her car keys at all?
I did not.
Did there come a time when you recorded any of your interaction with the defendant?
Yes, when I got back to my vehicle, I realized that I didn't have a body camera, and so I turned on the video of my department-issued cell phone.
And where did you kind of set that video as it was recording?
I placed it down by my right leg, kind of between the seats near where the cup holder would be.
And you're at this point in time sitting in the front driver's seat of your car?
I am, yes, sir.
And she's to your right in the front passenger seat?
Correct.
Okay. Have you seen that video?
I have.
And that video, Your Honor, is marked as Exhibit 3. Is that video a true and authentic depiction of the video, meaning it's not altered or changed at all?
Yes, sir.
In the video, you see a piece of kind of police equipment you often see in police cars, captures much of the video screen. Is that right?
Yes.
What is that piece of equipment?
It's a mount for a laptop computer.
And do you know the time that you started that video recording?
It was right around 10 a.m.
Does 9:58 sound
Yes.
about right? From the time how much time elapsed from the time you approached the defendant at the driver's side door of her car to the time you started your video?
Less than 60 seconds.
Once in your car with the defendant, did you call that stop to dispatch?
Yes, I did.
And there's a binder of exhibits in front of you. Can you please turn to Exhibit 2 in that binder?
Okay.
Is Exhibit 2 a screenshot of what they call a CAT?
It is.
And is a CAT simply a log of your calls between dispatch for Exhibit 2 at this time?
Correct.
And does the bottom line of that CAD, does that show that you called the stop at 10:02?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned that you've recently reviewed that video. There's points in the video where you can hear the defendant something like cry. Do you know those points I'm asking about?
Yes.
At any point during the video, including those particular points, did you observe any tears coming from the defendant's eyes?
I did not.
There comes a time about 21 and a half minutes into the video, Detective Woody arrives at the side of the passenger side of your car. Do you recall that point?
Yes.
Who is Detective Woody at this point in time in relation to this investigation and the search warrant which you're executing?
So Detective Woody at that point in time was the case agent for this case, and she would be, in other words, the lead investigator.
Did there come a time after the defendant and Detective Woody spoke for a while, and I'm not going to ask you about words that are captured on the recording. That'll speak for itself, right? But is there a time when Detective Woody and the defendant walked from your car to her car?
Yes, there was.
And does the video capture the defendant leaving your car before she and Woody walk over to
Yes.
to the defendant's car? Did you observe the defendant and Detective Woody walk to the defendant's car?
I did.
Did you observe either of them reach into the defendant's car and extract a cell phone?
I observed the defendant walk up to her driver's side door, and I saw that Detective Woody was behind her, but I didn't see anyone physically reach into the vehicle from my point of view.
Does there come... Let me back up. Have you reviewed a audio recording or transcript of an audio recording where Detective Woody also records her interaction that we're talking about with the defendant?
Yes, I have.
And does there come a time on that recording where it's apparent that Detective Woody hands you a cell phone?
Yes, Detective Woody did hand me a cell phone.
Okay. Once Detective Woody handed you that cell phone, what did you do?
At that point, I was kind of just hanging there at that stop until it was finished. And then I went back to the Richins home on Willow Circle.
And how far is the stop to the home on Willow Court?
As the crow flies, maybe 50 yards. We were literally just around the corner from the home.
When you moved from the stop location to the home, did you have the defendant's cell phone with you?
Yes, I did.
What happened in connection with the cell phone when you returned to the defendant's home?
At a brief time later, Kouri came back to the home and needed some contact numbers out of her cell phone and asked if she could get those.
Okay. Where during this interaction with the defendant are you and the defendant kind of in relation to each other and to the home?
So when Kouri came back, she pulled her vehicle kind of partially into the garage, and we were standing on what would have been the driver's side of the vehicle in the garage wall.
And by this point in time, had other detectives secured the home to execute the search warrant on the home?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you mentioned the defendant providing you with the passcode to her phone. How did that happen?
I asked the defendant, I said, "What's your password?" And she had been cooperative throughout, and she voluntarily gave me her password.
Okay, and so at this point in time, is the defendant even detained any longer?
Oh, no. No, she wasn't detained after we left the traffic stop.
How did she get from the traffic stop back to her home?
She drove her vehicle.
At the time she left the traffic stop and drove her vehicle to their home, could she have then driven anywhere else?
Yes. And I heard Detective Woody tell her several times she's free to do it. Just can't go back in her house.
Okay. Did the defendant provide you with the passcode to her telephone?
She did.
Do you recall a discussion that's captured on the audio about the defendant asking for various phone numbers out of her phone?
I don't.
Okay. Did you provide the defendant with any phone numbers out of her phone?
I did, yes.
After you provided the defendant with phone numbers out of her phone, did you have any further interaction with her on April the 13th, 2022?
I did not.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Nestor, one moment. Mr. Bloodworth may, in fact, have another question.
Your Honor, I'm not sure actually where we are with the admission subject to the reservations.
I think, why don't we admit that, why don't we agree that 1 through 149 are being offered. What the court is going to rely on in making findings related to the legal issues raised in the 3 motions is yet to be determined. Fair enough?
That works, Your Honor.
Does that work for defense, Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, just 1 minute. Court's indulgence for just a minute, Your Honor.
And while you're doing that, will you note that for the minutes? Exhibits 1 through 149 offered by the state, which exhibits the court will rely on in making findings is yet to be determined. No, I gotta maintain them for a couple of reasons.
There's only 2 videos on there.
Well, then you just have it all offered. Okay. Okay. Or maybe wait till I make the findings, and then you'll know. 1 through 149. Yeah. Which exhibits the court relies on in making its findings is yet to be determined. Ms. Nestor, my apologies. Please proceed.
No problem. May it please the court. Good morning, Detective Maynard. How are you?
Hello, good, how are you?
My name is Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Ms. Richins this morning. I would like to start by your assignment that day. You mentioned you were there to assist in monitoring anyone coming or going during the execution of a warrant, right?
Prior to the execution.
And just to be very clear for the record, the warrant was a search warrant, not an arrest warrant. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You did not have an arrest warrant for Kouri Richins, did you?
No, ma'am.
Did you look at the search warrant before you did your assignment that day? Did you read it?
Yes.
Okay, let me show that really quickly. May I approach, Your Honor?
Of course.
It's the house.
Detective, I'm handing you what's been, what's called affidavit for search. Review that for just a moment.
Mr. Bloodworth, forgive me. I'm going to ask this from time to time. Does this one have a number?
It's not, Your Honor. This
Okay.
is the warrant for the house.
May we mark it as 150 just for the purposes of having a record here?
Sure.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Okay,
Exhibit 150, Your Honor?
please.
Okay. I'll put a sticker on it before we finish the day out.
Okay, we're going to call this the warrant for the house for the time being.
Do you recognize that warrant?
This is an affidavit.
Okay, I think the warrant's on the back of it, but had you reviewed the affidavit or not, just
No.
the warrant?
No,
Okay, if you
just
flip
the
a
warrant.
couple pages, I think the warrant's next.
Okay.
See if you recognize it. And just to clarify, there were 2 warrants that day. I'm going to show you the second one, so I'm not sure if you reviewed both. So if you don't recognize it, that's fine. Had you reviewed that warrant?
It's hard to say. It was almost 3 years ago.
Okay, fair. All right, let me show you another one. And just for the record, that we're going to mark that exhibit 150.
May I borrow that?
You want this all back?
I'll take it if you don't mind. Thank you, sir.
All right. The warrant we just looked at was a warrant to search the house for fentanyl. Is that right, when you just
Yes.
looked at it? Okay, so now I'm showing you another warrant.
We've marked that as one already.
This is marked as exhibit 1 in the government's binder.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Can you take a look at that one and tell me if you recognize that one?
It looks familiar, yes.
Okay, so we think that's the warrant you reviewed before you did your assignment that day?
They both would have been there.
Okay.
So
And this warrant, what is the date that it was dated? If you could look at the very bottom of the page of the last page of the warrant. What's the date that this warrant was issued by a judge?
12th day of April,
April the 12th of what year, sir?
2022.
Okay. And you guys executed the warrant the next day, right? The 13th.
Correct.
Lucky 13, right?
Correct.
Okay. If you go back to the first page of this warrant, again, this is Exhibit 1 of the government's exhibits, so I won't renumber it with our own. We'll just use theirs. This is a warrant for the premises of the house, 282 Willow Court. Is that Ms. Richins' home?
Yes.
Okay. And it's also for the person of Kouri Richins. Is that right?
Correct.
And it says that you're looking for electronics, phones, watches, computers, that type of thing, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, you reviewed that warrant, and that was your authority by which you pulled her over. Is that right?
That's correct.
So let's talk about when you saw her leave. When you saw her leave the house, they live on a cul-de-sac. Is that right?
That is correct.
Kind of at the end of the cul-de-sac.
Yes, ma'am.
So you watched her go to the stop sign, right?
Yes.
And turn, I think, right.
Correct.
And were you in a marked police car?
I was not.
It was an undercover police car.
Unmarked. Correct.
I'm sorry, unmarked. I get my terminology mixed up. An unmarked police car. But it had a siren you could put on or lights on your
Yeah,
front
it has lights, red and blue lights.
that are like in the grill?
Yes, and I think probably the top part of the windshield.
The top part of the windshield.
Correct.
Okay. So if someone just saw you, they might not right away know you were an officer, but once you turned your lights on, they would be able to tell.
Correct.
Okay. And what were you dressed in that day?
I don't remember.
Were you wearing a uniform?
No.
Did you have a breaker, a windbreaker, or a coat on that identified yourself as law enforcement?
Yes, I would have had a jacket and a neck badge.
That's in plain view.
Correct.
And that's because when you execute warrants, you want to make sure that people know you're a law enforcement officer so they don't shoot you thinking you're some kind of a burglar or something,
That's
right?
correct.
Okay, so you had your badge on in plain view, right?
Yes.
And a jacket that identified you as law enforcement, right?
Correct.
And you executed the stop using police lights, right?
Yes.
And when you stopped her, could you see the house from where you were, or were you far enough that you couldn't see the house anymore?
No. Even leaving the cul-de-sac there's a slight turn to the right, and then after the stop sign, there's you turn to the right again. So it was behind houses.
Okay. So you weren't even on her street anymore when you pulled her over, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when you approached the window, did you tell Ms. Richins, I'm a police officer, or I'm a sheriff? Or what did you say?
Yes, I identified myself and just told her that I was detaining her for a minute or for a short period of time until some other investigators arrived to execute a search warrant.
But did you tell her who you worked for? Like, did you say, I'm a detective, I'm a deputy?
Yes.
What did you say?
I'm Detective Maynard with the Summit County Sheriff's Office.
Perfect, that's what I needed. Okay, when you told her that, you mentioned that you knew that one of the things you were looking for was a phone, right?
Correct.
Where did you see that phone?
I believe it was in her hands, her lap.
Do you remember that, or?
Yes.
Okay, it was in her lap. All right, so when you told her did you tell her to get out of the car?
Yeah, I asked her to come out of the vehicle and come sit in my car with me.
Did you tell her she had the right to refuse to get out of her car?
I did not.
Were you wearing a gun?
Yes, I was.
Was it in plain view that you had a gun on?
That would have been covered up by a coat.
Okay. But you did, sorry, I had coffee this morning. So you did not tell her she had a choice. You said, get out of the car.
Yes,
And you removed her from her vehicle.
I did.
And what happened to her phone when she got out of the vehicle?
She left it in the car.
Right. Did you tell her to leave it in the car?
I don't recall.
So you know the phone's in the car. What happened to her car keys?
They were left in the vehicle as well.
So you separated her from her car keys and her phone.
Yes,
And you walked her to your vehicle. Is that right?
I did.
All right. And did you give her an option about getting into your vehicle, or did you tell her to get into her vehicle?
I don't remember the words I used. I asked her to get into my vehicle.
Okay. Did you tell her at any point she was free to leave?
I did not.
Okay. And I believe you testified when you were talking to Mr. Bloodworth that about 60 seconds went by from the time you first engaged her till you got her in your car, right?
Best of my recollection, yes.
And in that 60 seconds, did you give her her Miranda rights?
I did not.
Right. And you know what the Miranda rights are, of course.
Sure.
All right. And you never read her her rights.
I did not.
All right. And I think you've already testified she was not in handcuffs, but she was in your police car.
Correct.
And the video that you took, were you trying to hide it? Is that why it was down in a weird place?
No. I just wanted to document what was going on in the vehicle.
Okay. And at any point, the whole time that you were with her in the vehicle, and I know that there is a video, and I'm going to play a little piece of it. I'm not going to play the whole video, but for purposes of the judge, at any point that she was in your car for about 20 plus minutes, did you ever read her Miranda rights?
No.
Okay. All right, I want to show you the first 5 minutes of the car. And there's several things that you say to her. Alex, if you could play that video. Do we have a, I need to, are you
Hold on.
hooked up to the
We're gonna-
screen?
I just need to wait for the court.
Oh, can we put the screen on?
We can. One moment. Yeah, we can put it on the TV.
I think I'm connected. I just need her to turn it on.
Mr. Ramos, do you see the video on your screen?
I do, Judge.
Ms. Sherbanek?
Yes.
Okay, we'll replicate that on the big screen.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You can see it in front of you, Detective?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
May I just test the audio real quick, Judge?
Yeah, let's see how it goes.
Make sure I haven't turned my audio off.
I don't think so, no.
Okay, if you could just rewind that. So actually, it's kind of hard to understand the very first thing she says, but do you remember her asking you initially, is my sister-in-law trying to take my house?
I don't think. Yes.
That was the first thing she said when you guys got in the car, and you said, I don't think so, right? I think that's on there, but we'll
Yes.
just listen to it. Your Honor, I'd like to, go ahead.
One moment. Go ahead, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, just for the court's ease in following along, a transcript
Yeah, we do have a
of
transcript.
this video is at tab 4 of the binder.
Okay.
I will provide that to Mr. Maynard too, just a moment.
He's
I
got
think
it.
I've got it.
Oh, you got it in front of you?
Which page of the transcript are we starting on?
The very first page, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to get my copy too. Let me grab it.
And the video's 3, Your Honor, I think.
Yep.
And again, Your Honor, we're only gonna play like 5.5 minutes.
It's
If you
fine.
could indulge us, we're not gonna play the whole thing. Let me find it right here. What did you say the number was?
Tab 4.
4. Yep, that's it. Okay, go ahead, Alex, and then if you could, Alex, stop when I ask you to stop, okay?
Trying to take the house?
I don't think so, no.
And that's her body, you can see there, just part of her sweatshirt.
Yes.
And that's the thing for the laptop that's blocking the view.
Yeah.
Is the lady, the one lady coming that I've been talking to, Detective,
You turn it up at all, Alex?
Woody?
yes.
Yes. Yeah, she's coming over, so she.
Why didn't she just talk to me on the phone? Why didn't I just go? What is going on?
I don't know. I'm just helping out, okay?
Oh my god. Why didn't you knock on my door?
Huh?
Why didn't you just knock on my door?
Or would have.
What is this about?
Like I said, I'll just let the detective explain when they get here, okay?
Can you just call my mom?
I just need to sit with you here till they get here, okay?
Okay, stop. Did you hear just then when you said, I know it's really quiet, I don't know if the TV can be turned any louder. I think my computer's as loud as it will go. But did you hear yourself, you need to just sit here until they get here? Did you hear that?
I said I just need to sit here with you.
Until they get here. All right. So at 1 minute and 38 seconds into your give or take, while you have her in your car, you tell her that she needs to wait and sit with you, right?
Sure.
Okay, keep playing, Alex, please.
Oh my god.
Need some air?
No, I'm right in front of my neighbor's house. Like, this is so embarrassing. I don't want any air. Why did they tell me not to go down? I don't know why they told me not to just go. Detained, does that mean I'm arrested for something?
No, you're not arrested.
Do anything. I don't know why it's happening.
Okay, if we could stop there for just a minute. So what she, looking at the transcript, it appears that what she just said was, and I know you could kind of hear it a little bit, but she said detained. Does that mean I'm arrested or something? So had you told her when you first brought her in the car that she was detained briefly?
I told her that at the window.
So she's following up and saying, detained, does that mean I'm arrested for something? And you responded, no, no, you're not arrested, right?
Correct.
Okay, keep playing, Alex. Sorry. At this point, Ms. Richins does not know she's being recorded on a phone, right? You didn't tell her you were
I didn't
recording
tell her,
her.
no.
Okay.
They almost here?
346. Please show me traffic at Aspen Road and Wild Willow Drive in Camas. Echo 201, Mid Delta.
Everyone's here. What is going on? Is this because my sisters bought stuff at my house?
Stop.
What's that?
So again, under the transcript, and you could barely hear it, but she says, is this because my sister-in-laws want all the stuff out of my house, right?
Correct, that's what she said. Yeah.
Okay, keep going, Alex, please.
It's because my sister-in-law saw all the stuff at my house.
I
We can take it.
I don't know about that. Look, you're not in handcuffs. You're just detained for a minute, okay?
Okay, stop
No,
right
I
there.
don't know what that.
You just said, look, you're not in handcuffs, you're just detained for a minute, okay? Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so once again, you're telling her she's detained for the second time and have not told her she's free to leave, right?
Correct.
Okay, keep playing, please, Alex.
I don't know what is going on.
Like eyes on, has picked her up leaving the house, so she is in hand right now. We'll still plan on staging at the same location, same time. We'll just leave K30 over by the house, make sure everything's secure, and then I'll head over to the Star building and make sure everyone's on the same page.
Why would I be in handcuffs anyway? I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, I just need to hold on to you till I get here to talk, okay?
Okay, stop right there. So what you just told her, she asked, why would I be in handcuffs anyway? I don't know what you're talking about. And you said, okay, I just need to hold on to you till they get here to talk, okay? Isn't that what you just said? So once again, you're telling her she has to remain.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I need on that right now, Alex, thanks. Okay, so then you remain a little bit longer, maybe another 15 minutes. I don't want to play the whole video. But when she arrives, that is, you're waiting on, I don't know if her title is Investigator Woody, Detective Woody to arrive, right?
Correct.
And at one point, Detective Woody or Investigator Woody does arrive. Is that right?
Yes.
And when she arrives, Ms. Richins is still seated in the car, right?
She is.
And
yes.
you're still video recording.
Correct.
And they have a little conversation that's on your recording.
Correct.
At no time did Detective Woody issue Miranda rights, did she, in your presence?
Not in my presence, no.
And then at some point, Detective Woody instructs Kouri to get out of the car, right?
My recollection is she asked Kouri to exit the vehicle.
Okay. And that's maybe less than 30 minutes, but more than 20 minutes from the time you detained her, right?
Your Honor, this is all recorded. The time is all recorded in the video. I think a memory test of time that is clearly recorded is unproductive.
May I ask you a related question? Any argument that the transcript is inaccurate?
No.
Okay.
No. We could just,
I can read it.
yeah.
Okay.
So at some point, you guys get out of the car and you no longer have your phone recording, right?
When I left the car, I believe I left my phone in the car recording.
And I believe you said that you were behind Detective Woody and Ms. Richins as you all walked to her car. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And again, in between the time you walked from your car to her car, did anybody tell Kouri Richins she was free to leave?
I didn't.
Okay. Did you hear Detective Woody?
No, ma'am.
All right. And then did you hear Detective Woody instruct Kouri to hand her her phone?
I heard her ask her if she could go get her phone.
Out of the vehicle.
I just heard her ask her if they could go get their phone.
And the phone
Your
was in?
Honor, again, this is all on the recording and in the transcript.
I think she just may be laying foundation, but we can, if you can just keep it moving.
I will. So the phone was in her vehicle, which she returned to at the direction of Officer Woody in your presence.
She gave it to Officer Woody or Detective Woody, and Detective Woody handed it to me.
And she got it by leaning into the car and getting it.
Can we have some specificity about who she is?
Sorry, there's two women. Thank you. Ms. Richins handed the phone to Detective Woody. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. That means she had to go in the car to get it because you
Sure.
left it there,
Correct.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. At that point, you mentioned that Detective Woody gave the phone to you. Is that
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And she asked you to keep it?
She asked me to hang on to it. She had lots of things in her hands.
Okay. And when you took that phone, you had reviewed the warrant that we just went over, right?
Yes.
And that warrant didn't authorize you to search any vehicles, did it?
No, ma'am.
Okay, but you took the phone anyway, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you guys go back to the house, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you let Kouri drive her own car back?
Yes.
Right. And when she arrived, how long before you engaged with her again?
would have been less than 5 minutes.
Did you follow her in your car?
I don't recall. I was behind her, so I can't say.
Okay. So when you guys get to the house, about how many officers were in the?
I had to guess 10-ish.
Okay.
There were quite a few of us.
They're all dressed in police clothing, or detectives, or deputies in law enforcement
They're
clothing.
wearing marked items of clothing to indicate that they're law enforcement.
And there was law enforcement vehicles there.
Correct.
And she pulls into her driveway. Did you hear any instructions she was given about whether she could stay, whether she had to leave, anything?
At the house?
Yes.
I didn't hear any instructions there, no.
So when you next engaged her, where was she?
In the garage.
In the house where the search was going on, right?
In the garage of that house, yes.
And there were officers in the garage, more than one.
I don't recall. I know I was there.
And when you went up to her, you asked her to tell you the passcode to her car, her phone, right?
Well, at that point, she had wanted to be able to get some contact phone numbers out of her phone.
And you're saying that's why you asked her for the passcode?
No, I asked her for the passcode so we could have it.
Why did you need it?
We have a warrant for her. We had a warrant at that time for her phone.
And you wanted to open it up and look in it?
No, it's just easier when you have the passcode
Easier to do what?
to get into the phone.
Right. So that's why you got the passcode from her.
Sure.
Okay. And you mentioned on your testimony that at the time you did that, Ms. Richins was not being detained. Is that right?
That's correct.
And when you finished all your duties that day, you did a report, did you not?
I did.
And it's important in your training, you're taught that every detail matters in your reports. Is that right?
Yes.
And the chronology matters in your reports. Is that right?
Yes.
And you know that because you're an experienced detective, right?
Yes, I know that.
And you prepared a report maybe a day or two later, is that right? Actually, like the next day, it looks like.
I don't remember which day it
May I
was.
approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm approaching Detective Maynard with, can we mark this, because the government doesn't have it, I think it's 151 now, is that right?
Good. May I have a copy to market?
Yeah. So let me approach him like that really quickly. All right, I'm handing you a document that appears to be a report that you made. It appears to be the report that you made following your duties that day, is that right?
Yes,
You recognize that report?
I do.
Can you tell by looking at it when you prepared it?
It's time-stamped the next day.
Okay, so a day later.
Correct.
All right, and if you can go down in that first paragraph to the, let's see. All right, so first of all, it does say in here that you initiated a traffic stop, and I made contact with Kouri and informed her I was detaining her until the case agent arrived to speak with her. Is that right?
Correct.
That's consistent with what you've testified to, correct?
Correct.
All right, and then if you can go down a few more lines where it says, Kouri gave her phone to Detective Woody, and I held on to it for a short period of time. Do you see that?
I do.
And then you say I turned the phone back over to Detective Woody at the home.
I did.
Okay, and can you read the next 3 sentences of your report?
I asked Kouri what the passcode to the phone was, and she voluntarily gave it to me. I also gave that to Detective Woody.
Keep reading.
At that point, I released Kouri from my custody and went to the home.
So according to your report, she was in your custody until she gave you the passcode. Your own words.
Custody was a poor choice of words on my part.
It's the ones you used, right?
I used that word in the report, but she clearly wasn't in my custody.
So your report's wrong?
That was a mistake on my part to use that word.
In here, you don't say anything about her asking you for phone numbers, do you?
I don't.
Okay. And when you say she voluntarily gave it to you, did you tell her she had a right to refuse?
I did not.
Did you tell her she had a right to remain silent?
I did not.
Did you tell her she had a right to ask for a lawyer?
I did not.
Okay. And that'll be Exhibit 51 offered by the defense, Your Honor, the report.
151.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. Thank you.
May
151.
I have that, Detective?
Do you want both these?
That one I have.
That was the second warrant. I think.
Yeah, thank you. This way. Thank you, sir.
Court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
The phone that you took from Detective Woody and then eventually gave back to her, can you describe it? What kind of phone was it?
I have no idea. I can't remember.
Okay, that's fine. What did you do with it? Did you ever put it in an evidence bag or seal it or put it in what's called a Faraday bag?
I did not.
Do you know what a Faraday bag is?
I do.
What is a Faraday bag?
My understanding is it basically kind of encapsulates the phone so that it can't transmit or receive cellular signal.
Okay, so you did not do that.
I did not.
All right. Once you got the passcode, did you open the phone yourself?
I did not.
Did you ever look in it at all?
I've not looked in her phone, no.
Okay. All right, that's all I have, Your Honor. I tender the witness back to Mr. Bloodworth.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything further?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Detective, you can step down. May we release this witness, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're free to go, sir. Thank you. It's okay. Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor, we're ready to call Detective Woody.
Okay. Brittany, are we on the record? All right, let's call the state's next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective JAYME Woody.
Detective, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
If you'll please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Good afternoon, Detective Woody.
Good afternoon.
Are you a K-9 patrol deputy with the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
I am.
Back on April the 13th, 2022, were you a detective with the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
I was.
And at that time, were you the lead detective investigating the death of Kouri Richins?
Yes, sir.
And at about 10 o'clock on the morning of April the 13th, 2022, were you preparing to execute a search warrant on the Willow Court address where Ms. Richins then resided and on the defendant's person?
I was.
At about 10 a.m. that morning, where were you physically preparing to execute that warrant?
At the sheriff's office.
And were you planning how you were going to execute the warrant at that time?
We were.
Did there come a time right about 10 o'clock when you received word that Deputy Maynard had stopped the defendant a short distance from her home?
Yes.
What did you do upon receiving that word?
I proceeded over to that location.
To the location of the stop?
Correct.
Once you were at the location of the stop, what did you observe?
I observed Kouri in the vehicle, the detective's vehicle.
And was she in the front passenger seat?
I believe so, yes.
Did you record this interaction with the defendant at all?
I did an audio recording.
Have you recently reviewed that audio recording?
I have.
And is that audio recording a fair and accurate representation, meaning it's not been altered at all?
Correct.
Your Honor, that audio recording is found at Exhibit 5 in the state's binder. A transcript of that audio recording is found at Exhibit 6. At any time during this interaction with the defendant, did you observe her in handcuffs?
No,
Did you place her under arrest?
I did not.
Did you observe her crying? Did you observe any tears?
I did not observe any tears, but she sounded like she was crying.
But no tears?
No.
Do you recall a time when you asked the defendant if she wanted to come with you and grab her cell phone?
I do.
What happened then?
We walked over to her car, and I believe she reached in and grabbed the phone and handed it to me.
When she handed you the phone, or as she was handing you the phone, do you recall a discussion about the phone's case?
I do.
Can you turn, there's an exhibit binder in front of you. If you can turn, please, to tab 6 of that exhibit binder. Is that a transcript of the audio recording of your interaction at this time and date with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Can you turn, please, to page 11, look at line 1, right at the very top, where you say, "Do you want to come with me and grab your phone real quick?"
Okay.
And is that the point where she exited Detective Maynard's truck and walked with you to her car
Correct.
and reached into her car and retrieved her telephone?
Yes, sir.
Do you see down at line 11 where you asked, "Do you want to take it out of the case or not?"
Yeah, I see that.
At the point you ask that, who is holding the phone?
Kouri is.
And why did you ask her if she wanted to take the phone out of the case?
I usually ask that if there's something attached to it, cards, driver's license, something like that, that I don't want to take with me.
Ultimately, she did not remove the phone from the case?
Not that I recall.
And after you asked her, "Do you want to remove the phone from the case," that is when she handed you the phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please turn the page to 12. want to clarify one thing. On line 9, it talks about an unidentified male speaker. Is that male speaker Detective Maynard?
It is.
In line 10, you say, kind of in a conversation that's unclear, I'm looking to clarify it here. You say, give you that, and then I. Is the that in line 10 the cell phone?
Object deleting.
Overruled.
Correct.
If you could please read below to line 13. At this point in time, it appears you're speaking to the defendant. You say, then he'll follow you back and you can do that. Is the hill Detective Maynard in that sentence?
It is.
Is the that provide you with phone numbers out of your cell phone?
Correct.
After your audio recording, where do you go?
I go over to Becky's house.
And Becky was Becky an employee of Eric Richins' company that had some electronic devices that you were interested in recovering?
Yes, sir.
And is Becky's house right in front or right off the street where Detective Maynard stopped the defendant?
It was.
So you wanted to walk straight from the stop kind of to the closest house
Correct.
to retrieve some electronic gear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When your audio recording stops, do you have any other interaction with the defendant at the location of Detective Maynard's stop?
Not that I recall.
When do you next have any interaction with the defendant?
At the home, at the Willow, I think it's Willow Court.
The Willow Court address. Okay. What interaction do you have with the defendant at the Willow Court address?
I believe we asked if she would either provide the safe code or open the safe up at the home.
And did she?
She did. She wanted to ask a few questions and ask about the warrant and what we found and stuff.
Okay, set the scene. What are you doing at the home?
I'm walking around trying to help serve the search warrant.
At this point in time, other than asking for a safe code, are you at all questioning the defendant?
No, sir.
You said she was asking you questions. What does this look like? What are you doing and how is she asking you questions?
We're just kind of walking back and forth to the safes, and she's kind of following behind me, asking different questions.
What types of questions?
Questions about the warrant, I think questions about what we were looking for, what we found, things like that.
At this point in time, what was your interest at the house?
Just to serve the warrant.
At this point in time, were you at all wanting to interact with the defendant?
No, sir.
What did you want to do?
I just wanted to serve the warrant and finish it.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name's Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Ms. Richins. I do have some questions for you today.
Okay.
I want to talk about the search of the home. You were the person that went and asked the judge to issue a warrant, correct?
Correct.
And the way that process works, is you fill out an affidavit a sworn affidavit saying all the facts that you believe support a search of a home. Is that right?
Correct.
And you specifically tell the judge what it is you would like to search, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry. And then you also tell the judge what you're looking for generally, right?
Correct.
To try to keep it narrow as you can, right?
Correct.
And in this case, before you all showed up at the house and executed these warrants, at that point you had gotten 2 warrants, is that right? Signed by judges.
I believe so.
Okay. The first warrant you got maybe 2 days before that authorized a search for fentanyl and any kind of mailing or tracking instruments that would indicate purchasing something, right?
I believe so.
And then the second warrant you got, and again before you executed, was asking to search the home and Ms. Richins' person for electronics such as phones, computers, things like that. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Neither of those warrants did you seek authority to search a vehicle. Is that right?
Not in those 2 that I remember.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you went back later while you were in the middle of your search and asked a judge to issue a third warrant authorizing you to search vehicles. Is that right?
That sounds correct.
And do you remember what time you did that?
I do not.
Okay. And was that warrant issued?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And did you go ask for that to be issued after you got back to the house, after you had already talked to Kouri with with Detective Maynard?
Yes, it was after we left the stop.
So at the time that you got the phone out of Kouri's vehicle, you did not have a warrant authorizing the search of any vehicle. Is that right?
I didn't get the phone out of the car.
Okay. We'll get to that in a minute.
Oh, okay.
When you were at the car with Kouri, you did not have a warrant authorizing you to search a vehicle, correct?
No, ma'am.
And in fact, you knew you needed another warrant because later that day you went back and got another one, right? That authorized vehicles.
Objection, Your Honor. That needed another warrant is unclear as to why she needed another warrant. The location that she needed another warrant to search the car is unfounded.
I'm going to allow you to answer the question. I can weigh the testimony as needed. Do you need it or repeat it?
I do.
Okay, so you knew you needed a third warrant to be able to search vehicles and actually went back and got a third warrant, correct?
For the vehicles at the house, yes.
Correct. Okay. All right, I want to talk about when you first arrived, where Ms. Richins was seated in the vehicle. You had an audio recorder on,
Yes, ma'am.
but not video?
I did not.
Okay. And the transcript the government has referred to, the state, I'm so sorry, that the state has referred to, is it in front of you?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
It is, yes.
Okay, great. All right, so can we turn to page, let's see here. All right, can we turn to page 7? Oh, wait a minute, I'm sorry.
Are you looking at is this exhibit 1?
6, Your Honor.
My
6,
apologies.
yes, 6. Sorry, I should have said that. Thank you, Your Honor. Let me back up even further than that, just a minute. Okay, so let's go to page 3, where Kouri's asking you what's going on. And starting at line 7, what do you tell her the purpose of your search is?
It's to make sure that there's nothing there, there's nothing dangerous, and there's nothing dangerous for her and the kids.
And when you say nothing dangerous, you were talking about what?
Drugs.
Specifically, what kind of drugs?
I don't know if it says in the warrant or not, but in this instance, I was talking about fentanyl.
Fentanyl. So you're telling her that you're checking to make sure there's no dangerous fentanyl in her house that could harm her or her children. Is that right?
Correct.
And in fact, you guys kind of had a conversation about how if there's just any little bit of fentanyl, it can be super dangerous, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then, if you could go to page 5. No, I'm sorry, not page 5. I think it's page 7. Sorry, page 7. Line 16. And you ask her, do you have a phone with you? Is that right?
Correct.
And this is when she's still sitting in the car, being
Correct.
detained, right? And then she answers, I have my phone, yeah. And what do you ask her?
I ask her, is it in your pocket?
And what does she say?
She says, we have phones. We have no, it's in my car.
It's in my car. Okay? So there's really no dispute that at the point she's sitting in that car, it was not on her person, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Then, if you go forward to page 11 at the very top, you say to her, do you want to come with me and grab your phone real quick? Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Prior to that, did you ever give her her Miranda rights?
I did not.
Did you ever tell her that she had an option whether she cooperated with you or not?
I don't believe I did say anything like that.
What were you wearing that day?
I was wearing a blue shirt, like a polo, and a black jacket, and I usually had either gray or khaki pants.
Right. And on that blue shirt, there's an insignia for the Summit County Sheriff's Department, is that right?
Correct, but it's covered by the jacket.
And the jacket identifies you as law enforcement?
It does not.
Does not. Did you tell her? She knows you're law enforcement, right?
She should, yes.
Because you guys had talked before.
We have, yes.
You had asked her to be interviewed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you knew she had a lawyer.
Correct.
Because you had talked to her lawyer about arranging an interview with her.
Correct.
And you knew she had a lawyer at the time you were talking to her that day out on the street, right?
Correct.
And did you advise her she had a right to call that lawyer and get advice?
I did not.
All right. And then on the last page, page 12, I'm sorry, you guys walked to the car, is that right, together?
Correct.
Where were you standing when you guys walked to the car?
I don't remember.
Right. And when you got to the car, where was the phone?
I don't remember.
It wasn't on her. It was in
Correct.
the car.
Correct.
And you asked her to hand you the phone. Is that right?
Your Honor, again, this is recorded, or I guess it depends where.
The transcript says what it says. What's your question, Ms. Nestor?
You asked her to hand you the phone.
I would have to look. I can't remember
Okay.
exactly what I said.
Let's look at page 11. Where you say, do you want to take it out of the case or not, right?
Correct?
And then you take the phone from her. So you didn't even ask her, you just took it. Because it looks like you're not asking her, you just take it from her.
No, I asked if she wanted the case, and then she handed it towards me.
Okay. And did you tell her before that that she didn't have to?
I did not.
And when she handed you her phone, you then told her that Detective Maynard would follow her back to the house. Is that right?
I'd have to look. I may have.
Look at the last page, page 12.
Correct. I did say he would follow you back.
All right. And he did follow her back, did he not?
I assume so. I wasn't there at that point, I don't think.
Oh, because you'd gone to Becky's house?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you arrive? Were you in a police car when you got there, or a sheriff's car?
I assume I was in my unmarked vehicle.
So at what point did you give the phone back to Detective Maynard?
Would have been probably when we walked back towards his car, towards where he was standing.
You say probably. Do you remember?
I'd have to look at this to remember exactly when and what I said.
So if it doesn't say here, you don't remember?
Some things I do, yes.
Do you remember when you handed him the phone?
When I walked back to the car.
Okay. How long did it take for you to get back to the house?
I am not sure.
When you got back to the house, did you ever take the phone back from Detective Maynard?
At some point, I did.
Did he advise you that he had obtained the passcode from Ms. Richins?
I don't recall.
Do you know what you did with the phone when you got it back?
At some point, I would have taken it back and put it into evidence.
Okay, but you don't remember.
No, ma'am.
Okay, that's fair. I know it was a while ago. Just trying to get the difference between what you remember and what you don't, okay? So at some point you said you had another conversation with Kouri where she helped you go to the safes in the house. Is that right?
Correct.
In fact, did you go out and ask her to come in and open the safes?
I believe I asked if she would provide either the code or open the safe so that we didn't have to damage them.
And when you did that, did you advise her she had a right to refuse?
I did not.
Had she been Mirandized to that point?
She had not.
How many
that I know of.
How many police officers were on the scene or sheriffs were on the scene while you guys were doing that search?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Help you with that. Sorry, just 1 minute, Your Honor. Were there more than 10?
I'm not sure.
Were there more than 5?
More than likely.
Okay. All right, so you asked her to open up the safes. You mentioned that while you were going from place to place in the house, or before you went in the house, where was she when you asked her to open up the safes?
I believe she was in her car, or a car.
Right. And when you asked her to open up the safes, you guys went inside the house and you also went into the garage and the removed garage. There's kind of 2 garages, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You mentioned when Mr. Bloodworth was talking to you that she was asking you questions about what you had found. Is that right?
Correct.
Was she asking you if you had found any dangerous fentanyl that was a danger to her or her sons?
I believe she was asking that, yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. At what point were you removed from this case?
I left a little while after I got the dog, so I'm not sure what date or anything that would be.
When you first got this case, you're from a small town, is that right?
Correct.
And I'm not going to say it, but you knew the Richins family before all this happened, right?
1 second.
Objection, Your Honor. This is far afield of the scope of the pending motion.
Goes to
A
credit.
little confused where we're going.
Give me just a little bit of leeway, and I think I'll show you. Just give me a couple more questions.
You got to give it a name, though. Is this a...
It's credibility.
All right. I'll give you a limited leeway here.
So you knew the Richins family before you were investigating this case, is that right?
No, I don't think I knew any of these guys. There's a lot of Richins that live there, but I don't think these guys specifically.
You did not?
Not that I recall dealing with them.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have on that, Your Honor. See, just a moment. I think I'm almost finished. Oh, after you guys did the search on the house, you heard from the defendant's lawyer, did you not?
I don't recall.
May I approach,
Objection,
Your Honor?
Again, anything that happened post-search is irrelevant to the pending motion.
Your Honor, this is because we're going to have a little bit later today a challenge to Detective O'Driscoll's interview of Ms. Richins when she was uncounseled. And this is the individual that got the assertion from the lawyer. And so I'm just laying a foundation for when I do O'Driscoll later.
proffer the assertion?
I do, I have it.
What is it, though? Help me understand.
Oh, that her lawyer asserted Sixth Amendment rights and told them not to speak to her client again.
Will allow them to lay this foundation.
Your Honor, we're going to have to put a lot of objections onto the record here.
I'm a little bit blind here, so if you can just provide a little context.
So, as Ms. Nestor just said, she's making a Sixth Amendment challenge to a later interview. That later interview was conducted on April the 14th, 2022. By April the 14th, 2022, or on April the 14th, 2022, judicial proceedings had not begun. Thus, the Sixth Amendment had not attached. Therefore, any discussion about a Sixth Amendment violation is irrelevant. The Sixth Amendment right to counsel had not yet attached.
Okay. We still have, I don't know what Detective O'Driscoll is going to say. This sounds like 2 or 3 questions, am I right?
Uh-huh.
I'm going to allow some limited latitude here. We'll see if it matters or not later.
Okay, Your Honor.
What I understand Ms. Nestor is going to ask about is a communication or two sent to her by Ms. Richins' prior counsel. Correct, Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
And after that, are we done?
Yes.
This seems reasonable, even if ultimately irrelevant.
I am trying to comply with your request that we lay foundations through the appropriate witnesses.
Sure.
So this would have been part of the case file at the time she left and O'Driscoll took over.
I guess what I'm saying is, why don't we just let these 2 questions come in, and then we'll see if we need to ever address this again.
Yeah.
Fair, Your Honor. The state would not object to the admission of these emails. The only thing the state would say is there is also metadata that attaches to the emails that, to the extent the metadata becomes relevant, it's in discovery, of course.
And if we need to get into that, we can. Is there any reason to suspect that the header of the email regarding to, from, and time and date is incorrect?
No, Your Honor,
Okay.
That's not.
All right. Can I just see him, Ms. Nestor?
Your Honor, this is going to be 152.
Thank you. Ooh, my.
Thank you.
It's very small type.
Take just a minute. Detective Woody, Deputy Woody, are you still detective? I want to call you the right title.
Just deputy.
Deputy. Will you take a minute to review that and see if those look familiar to you? And I'll give you just a minute, and then I'll ask you about them.
Okay.
Your Honor, can Mr. Bloodworth borrow that copy for 1 second?
In just a moment. My apologies.
Well, yeah, gotcha.
Just let me know when you're ready. I don't want to rush you.
Okay.
Oh, I was talking to her. Sorry, not
No,
you.
that's okay. If you would hand this to Mr. Bloodworth for me, that's fine.
I've scanned through it.
Okay.
So I can.
Does it ring a bell? Do you vaguely remember it?
Yeah.
Okay. And as I understand it, that is an email and letters that were forwarded to you as the case investigator, informing you that the lawyer did not want Ms. Richins spoken to again outside the presence of counsel. Is that right?
That's what it
Your
looks
Honor,
like.
objection, that mischaracterizes the emails.
The
and
email
letters.
says what it says. Can we just have some foundation as to whether or not that email ever made its way through this witness to Detective O'Driscoll?
My next question.
Okay, let's just get that out and then we can move on.
When you got this email and these letters, what did you do with them?
a while ago. I don't remember. I probably showed my boss, or I would assume.
Who was your boss?
Back then, it would have been probably Detective Davis, maybe?
Davis? And is it your practice that when you get documents that are related to a case that you take them home or throw them away? What do you do with them?
Generally, they go into a case file.
And did you have a case file on Ms. Richins?
There was a case file, yes.
Physical file
Yes.
that was yours as the chief investigator?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you put those documents in there?
I believe I did, but I can't answer for sure.
And when you left the case, did you provide all of your materials to Detective O'Driscoll?
I did.
Okay. Really quickly to go, that's all I have on that, Your Honor. And we do offer 152.
152 has been offered.
To go back to the warrant, when you came up on Kouri, when she was in Detective Maynard's car, did you ever serve a copy of the warrant on her so she could see that you had a search warrant?
Not at the car, no.
Did you ever give her a copy of the warrant?
We did, yes.
When?
I'm not sure. I know she had a copy at the house, but I don't know when.
Okay. And is there some reason that you quit working on this case other than you're wanting to go train your dog?
No, I didn't have enough time for the dog, pretty much.
I respect that. I think that's all I have, Your Honor. Just a moment.
I just need to get that back from you when you're done, Mr. Bloodworth, to add it to the exhibits. Thank you. Let Ms. Nestor check with co-counsel, and then we'll...
Yeah.
Your Honor, we tender the witness. Thank you.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything further?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. May we release this witness, counsel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're free to go. Thank you.
Sir.
Mr. Bloodworth, does this conclude the state's initial case, or do you have more witnesses?
No, Your Honor, the state has 2 more witnesses.
Rough estimate of how much time you have with the first of those people?
15 minutes.
Why don't we call that person?
Okay.
Yeah.
Your Honor, the state calls lead crime scene investigator Chelsea Gibson.
Okay. You may be calling somebody else next, or we may be taking a lunch break. Zag, is Chelsea in the lobby?
No, there was a miscommunication. She's coming from...
That's okay.
Yeah,
All right.
Your Honor,
That's fine.
when we thought we were
Yep.
going to break for lunch, we sent her back to her office.
Would you like to take a break now? Would that be better for everybody? We got to take one eventually.
Your Honor, I think we do it. I should be here in a minute.
Okay, sounds good. Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, you okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I don't know about him.
He doesn't eat.
He doesn't eat, yeah. We don't feed him.
I'm just convinced that you're running the show. Ms. Gibson, if you'll step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in. Thank you.
You'll raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gibson, are you the lead crime scene investigator for Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And have you been a crime scene investigator with the office since, at minimum, April the 13th, 2022? As a crime scene investigator for the Sheriff's Office, do your duties include phone extractions?
Yes, they do.
What computer forensic tool does the Sheriff's Office use for phone?
Celebrate?
What training and experience do you have in using Celebrate?
I'm certified in downloading and analyzing the phones.
And approximately how many phones have you downloaded?
50.
Are you familiar with the defendant's phone taken into evidence on April the 13th, 2022?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that phone?
It was booked into evidence.
And were you the crime scene investigator that took it into evidence or runs that evidence room or whatever?
Correct.
Was that phone an white iPhone Model 12 with an IMEI number ending in 2558?
Yes, it was.
Did there come a time when the Celebrate forensic tool that the Sheriff's Office used had the capability to extract data from an iPhone Model 12 without using a password?
Yes.
At what point in time did the Sheriff's Office have that ability?
December of 22.
did there come a time when the sheriff's office or a partner law enforcement agency extracted the data from that iPhone Model 12 IMEI 2558 without using a passcode? When did that occur?
September of 24.
And did that extraction occur pursuant to a warrant issued on September the 27th, 2024?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Nestor?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Ms. Richins. I do have a couple of questions for you. So do you work in the Regional Computer Forensics Lab?
No.
So you actually work for Summit County Sheriff?
Correct.
And I heard Mr. Bloodworth ask you, are you the one who took this phone into evidence? Can you expound on that for me? What was your connection? What did you do with this phone?
So when phones are brought to the sheriff's office, I manage the evidence room.
Keep going. I'm sorry. I just need to grab a document.
You're good.
Keep going.
From what I recall, Detective Woody at the time booked it into evidence, placed it into a locker, and then once it's in the locker, then I take custody of it and put it into evidence storage.
And every time you touch a piece of evidence, you guys keep a log. It's called a chain of custody form. Is that right?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
We would mark this number 150.
All right. What is it?
It's a chain of custody form, Your Honor.
Okay, give us one moment.
Deputy Gibson, I'm handing you a document that's marked as a chain of custody form, I guess.
Yes.
Can you look at that and tell me if it looks familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
Is that your handwriting on it?
Yes, it is.
And can you explain what this document is?
It is releasing the phone from me to Detective Crowley to RCFL, back and forth all the way to the RCFL to get the download from the phone, and then chain of custody of that phone coming back to the evidence room.
Let's look at the dates on this. I think you testified earlier that the soonest you were able to download off of phones, the soonest the sheriffs had the software capability to basically crack a phone and download it without a passcode was December of 2022. Is that what you testified?
Correct.
Okay. And the document that you have in front of you, what is the date that you turned over the phone to the RCFL?
5/4 of 22.
May of 22.
Correct.
All right. And at the bottom, there's a comment. What did you write on the comment?
RCFL for phone dumps.
So tell me what that means.
It means it was released to RCFL to obtain a phone download.
And RCFL, just to clarify for the record, it's the Regional Computer Forensics Laboratory that often does do phone dumps, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you gave it to them in May of 22. When did they return it to you? Or when did it get returned, I guess? Who's Crowley? Do you know who Crowley is?
Detective Crowley. He was a detective for Summit County Sheriff's Office at the time.
Okay, so when did the RCFL send the phone back? In other words, we're done with it. Here it is. It's back to you.
July of 22.
Again, before you had the capability to crack it without a passcode, right?
Yes.
And when you got the passcode, were you advised, when you got the phone, when you got the phone, were you advised they had a passcode for it?
When I received the phone, I believe there was a passcode on the property tag of the device.
Right. So you you provided that to RCFL, right?
It was provided, yes.
Okay. Okay. Were you on the scene of the search of this home on April the 13th of 2022?
Yes, I was.
Did you ever have the phone in your hands that day?
No, I do not believe so.
Were you aware of anyone looking in the phone that day when you all were at the house, at the Richins home?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you prepare the what's it called? The property seizure form from the search that day, or was that not your job?
I'd have to look at the handwriting to verify if it was me or my coworker at the time.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yep.
Your Honor, this will be Exhibit 154.
Thank you.
It doesn't look like that's your handwriting
No.
from what I just looked at. Did you prepare that form?
I did not.
Okay. Did you ever see it that day?
Yes.
All right. Can you look through that form? As part of your duties on the scene that day was to kind of make sure that all the evidence that was being gathered was properly accounted for?
Yes.
That was part of your responsibility?
Correct.
Can you look on that form and tell me if you see anywhere that a phone was seized from the home?
There's not on this one.
Let me hand you another document.
Of course.
This is number 155.
Thank you.
I'm going to hand you another form that is titled Evidence from Search. See the form that says Evidence from Search?
Yes.
It looks like an Excel spreadsheet, something like an Excel.
Yes.
Did you prepare that?
I did.
You did?
I did.
Okay. On that document, the very last entry refers to an iPhone.
Yes.
All the other documents, or most of them, not documents, things that were seized, appear to be linked on your spreadsheet to where they were found. Is that right?
Correct.
Where does it indicate the phone was found?
I did not have a location of the phone on this document.
So is there any other thing on that document that you don't know where it was found other than the phone? Or is that the only item?
It looks like there's an item that's titled Pills and one titled Scene Photos.
Okay. The pills one, does it say how many pills were seized?
Not on this spreadsheet, no.
Okay. All right. I think that's all I have, Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Can we,
Yeah.
can the witness keep that? I'm going to start.
Yeah, I just want to show this to Alex for 1 second, make
Sure.
sure there's not one more question. Your Honor, we tender the witness. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let's see, this one. And this one. Mm-hmm.
Let's please pick up where the defense counsel left off. 155, I think it's on there. That's the spreadsheet that you said you prepared. Why did you prepare that spreadsheet?
There's a lot of items regarding this case, and there's also several different case numbers regarding the sheet, so it made it a little bit simpler to combine the several cases onto a spreadsheet at that time.
Was it simply a tool for you to use?
Correct.
Please return to Exhibit 154, the property seizure form. You testified that there is no cell phone identified on that property seizure form. Why is that?
And sorry, there is one on here.
So, there is one on there.
Yes.
But is this the property seizure form for the Willow Court address, right?
Yes.
And it's not the property seizure form for any property that was seized off of the Willow Court address, is that right?
Sorry, repeat the question.
It's not a form that documents property that was seized off of the Willow Court address, is that correct?
Correct.
So if a phone was seized off of the Willow Court address, you would not expect to see it on that property sheet?
Correct.
Let's return, please, to the discussion regarding the RCFL. You recall looking at the chain of custody form, which transferred custody of the phone from the sheriff's office to the RCFL and back to the sheriff's office, right?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not the RCFL extracted that phone?
Yes, they did.
Did there come a time when the RCFL transferred, I don't know, tell me if it's on a hard drive or however they transfer extractions back to you, the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes. On a hard drive.
Okay, so there came a time when the RCFL transferred the extraction to the Summit County Sheriff's Office, and the Summit County Sheriff's Office has a copy on a hard drive of that extraction.
Correct.
Were you able to access, was the Summit County Sheriff's Office, as far as you know, able to access that extraction?
Not for a while.
Okay. And why not for a while?
We did not have the capabilities at the time to look at the download.
Okay. Do you know if the Summit County Sheriff's Office ever reviewed that extraction?
Sometime after December of 22.
Okay. If at all?
If at all.
Okay. Thank you.
Ryder, can I follow up on that was just newly brought in, just very briefly, about the extraction?
Yes.
So I want to make sure I understand. So we looked at the fact that you sent the phone to the RCFL in May of 22, right?
Correct.
And they sent it back to y'all saying we're done with it in July of 2022.
Yes.
And then they sent you what they got off of it on a hard drive.
Yes.
And it just took you a while at the sheriff's department to have the software to open their hard drive, right?
Yes.
And have you ever seen, let me back that up. You never went back and got a second hard drive from the RCFL. You just ultimately were able to open the one that they gave you back in July of 22.
Correct.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. May we release this witness?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
You're free to go. Thank you.
Let me get that back.
Thank you. Do you want those copies back, Ms. Messer?
Here's the one that's marked, Your Honor. I might swap it. I got the one that was marked.
54, 55, what do you have? 53. Yes, thank you. Over here are the unmarked copies of things. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Bloodworth, who's next? In the order.
Your Honor, Detective O'Driscoll?
He might take a little while, is that correct?
He might.
Okay, why don't we take a reasonable lunch break? Ms. Nestor, tell me, what's reasonable?
An hour, Your Honor?
All right, why don't we come back? We'll be ready to go at 2 p.m. Court's in recess until that time. Thank you. Folks, we are back on the record. The WebEx audio feed is unmuted. Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state calls Detective Jeff O'Driscoll.
We'll get Detective O'Driscoll sworn in.
Did you
solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
Detective O'Driscoll, I want to turn your attention to and discuss your interaction with the defendant on April the 14th, 2023. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
At that point in time, what was your relationship with this case?
I had just been assigned as the lead investigator on the case. I was not familiar with all the details of the case. I was trying to get a fresh perspective and pretty much starting from scratch.
And as part of your start from scratch, did you want to introduce yourself to the defendant?
Yes, I wanted her to know that there had been a change, not only in the assignment of the lead investigator on her case, but there had been some supervisory changes to the investigations division as well.
And when you say her case, you mean the case at that point in time investigating the death of Eric Richins?
Correct.
What was the change to not only you as the lead investigator, but you said, I think, the supervision of the division?
There was a new sergeant over the detectives, the investigation division, Sergeant Hoffmeyer.
So I take it you determined to then personally call on the defendant on April the 14th, 2023?
Correct.
And why personally instead of over the telephone?
It had been a year since Eric's death. I felt it was more professional considering the loss that she had gone through in the family, and felt that it was more appropriate to show up in person to speak with her and to introduce myself than over the phone.
Okay. There came a time then when you appeared on the doorstep of the Willow Court home where she was then residing. Is that correct?
Correct.
And thus began your interaction with her on that day, right?
Yes.
Did you record that interaction with her?
Yes, I did.
How did you record it?
I had a audio recorder running, and then later I activated a body cam that I had with me.
Okay. Let's talk about the body camera. When did you activate it?
After we were invited into the home and asked to sit down.
And did you activate it roughly contemporaneously with the point on the body or the point on the recording where you say, "Do you mind if I record this interview?" or something to that effect?
Correct.
Can you please describe the body camera, not only how the body camera itself looks, but where it was sitting in relation rather to the defendant?
Yes, I wasn't dressed in a law enforcement uniform, and so I didn't have a mount that's typically available to officers to mount their camera to their body. I just had it loose. It's a small square black body cam that's similar to those worn by patrol officers at that time, and when I activated it, I sat it on the armrest of the couch between myself and Miss Richins.
Was it in Miss Richins' plain view the entire time it was active?
Yes.
Does the body camera itself make any noise or light?
Yes.
What noise or light does it make?
It beeps and vibrates every few minutes, and there's a red flashing light that also indicates that it's recording.
And would Miss Richins, the defendant, have been able to see from the location of the body camera vis-a-vis her the blinking red light and hear the vibration and beeping?
Yes.
You mentioned it was similar to body cameras that officers on patrol wore at the time. Was it similar to the body cameras that the officers on patrol were wearing while they interacted with the defendant in the early morning hours of March the 4th, 2022?
Yes, at least some of them were wearing the same body camera.
Have you reviewed both the audio recording and the body camera recording that you made that day.
Yes.
Are those recordings true and accurate?
Yes.
Your Honor, the body camera recording that we're discussing is Exhibit 10, and a transcript is Exhibit 11.
Got it.
Did there come a time when you were on the front stoop of the defendant's home, that she invited you in?
Yes.
And is that accurately reflected in the recording?
Yes.
Did you then, upon her invitation, enter the home?
Yes.
Can you describe how you entered the home, how the home was laid out, and where you and Sergeant Hoffmeyer was with you?
Yes, correct, he was.
Where you, Sergeant Hoffmeyer, the defendant, and ultimately the defendant's mother, Lisa Darden, were sitting?
Yes. So the front door of the home opens into a short foyer. Directly in front of the door, through the foyer, is the main living area of the home. There were couches and love seats in the family room. Miss Richins sat on one end of the couch. I sat on the other end, and Sergeant Hoffmeyer sat in a separate piece of furniture near us. When Miss Darden entered, that Lisa, the defendant's mother, she seated herself on a entertainment center across from the couch on one wall of the living room.
What was your observation of the defendant's mood throughout the conversation?
She seemed very cheery, very open, happy to be talking with us, happy to have the opportunity to talk to investigators. She was outgoing.
At any time throughout your interaction with her on that day, did you observe her cry or become, did you observe tears fall from her eyes?
I didn't see tears, no.
I want to turn your attention to, in the binder before you, tab 12.
Okay.
Are you familiar with the emails at tab 12?
Yes.
What are they?
They are emails that Miss Richins sent myself and Sergeant Hoffmeyer a few days after we spoke to her in her home.
Do those emails follow up on the conversation and interaction you had with her on April the 14th at the home where she resided?
Yes, she was providing us additional information, follow-ups to the things that we had spoken about in her home. I'm sorry. Yes, that's correct.
And are they true and accurate depictions of those emails? You don't see them altered at all?
No, not as far as I can tell.
I asked you two questions, which was sloppy form. Are they true and accurate depictions?
Yes.
Were they altered at all?
Does not appear so.
Thank you. No further questions.
May it please the court. Good afternoon,
Good
Detective. We've met before, but Kathy Nestor again on
Yes.
behalf of Ms. Richins. All right, so I want to talk to you about your deciding to go visit Ms. Richins. And you said that you had just been appointed, or not appointed, but assigned to the case, right?
Correct.
How long before?
I'm not sure. Less than a month, I think.
And when you were assigned to the case, there was a case file, wasn't there?
Yes, there were different locations that information about the case were stored or recorded.
All right. And you've been a law enforcement officer for some time. I'm certain you didn't go to her house unprepared to interview the primary suspect of a murder, right?
No, not entirely unprepared, but again, the intent to go to the house was not solely to get an interview. It was mainly to introduce ourselves and the change that had happened with the Eric Richins death investigation.
How long would that have taken?
I'm sorry, how long would what have taken?
An introduction.
Not long.
Okay, how long were you there?
3 hours.
Right. Okay, so before you went to her house, isn't it true that the day before you went to her house, you had applied for an affidavit for a search warrant of her phone and a computer?
I'm not 100% positive on dates.
Your Honor, can I approach?
Yep.
I assume the application.
I'm sorry. The affidavit was on the... May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, thank you.
Handing you a warrant. And Your Honor, if we could just mark this really quick as 150.
Well, Your Honor, that's Exhibit 9 in the state.
Oh, Exhibit 9, great.
He's got a binder with Exhibit 9.
Great.
Yeah, I can use this if it's in here.
Okay, if you could turn to that Exhibit number 9 in the binder and just look at that for just a moment. And is the affidavit along with the search warrant there in tab 9 or just the warrant?
It has the affidavit.
Okay, can you go to the last date, the last page of the affidavit, and tell me the date that you executed it?
It says executed on 13th day of April 2023.
The day before you interviewed Ms. Richins, correct?
Correct.
And in this affidavit, you have multiple pages of why you want to search her phone, right? It looks like basically two pages of facts to support your affidavit.
Yes.
Single spaced. And in this affidavit, you refer to things that happened on the night of Mr. Richins' death and things that Kouri had told detectives before you. Is that right?
Yes.
And things the toxicology report had recorded, right?
Yes.
And you refer to an interview that was done of a friend of Ms. Richins that you refer to here as CB, as in boy, where she had been interviewed and that you suspected she had deleted messages, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you interview CB, or are you referring to what someone else did?
I believe in this affidavit I was referring to an interview that was conducted, that I did not conduct, that was conducted by other officers.
And specifically Detective Woody, correct?
I believe from my recollection it was Detective Woody and Sergeant Davis.
And she was in charge of the case before you?
Yes.
And you obviously had access to her notes or someone's notes from that meeting with Detective Woody and CB, right?
I don't know if I had access to notes from that interview with CB at that time. From my recollection, what I knew about that interview came from oral statements from Sergeant Davis and Detective Woody.
So you talked to Detective Woody about this case.
Somewhat.
How often did you talk to her?
Not very often.
When did you talk to her first?
I don't recall.
Before you interviewed Kouri Richins?
Yes.
All right. So before you interviewed Kouri, you had enough information about the case to prepare a 2-page affidavit with specific facts that had happened in meetings with Detective Woody, right?
Enough for this affidavit, apparently, yes.
And did Detective Woody provide you with her file from the case?
Again, there's not one file, but yes, I had access to the information about the case.
She had put together.
Yeah, I mean, even from the beginning of Detective Woody's investigation, from what I understand, it was a collaborative effort of multiple investigators.
Okay, but you had what she put together.
Yes.
And you talked to her about it.
Not about all of it, but some of it, yes.
Okay. And you certainly looked at it before you did this sworn affidavit to a judge, right?
Again, not all of it, but some of it, yes.
Because you don't have personal information. You weren't at this meeting with Woody and CB.
No.
Okay. So would you agree with me, sir, that in this affidavit it is extremely clear that Kouri is a primary suspect of this investigation?
I would have to take time to read the whole thing to answer that. I
Please
can if
do.
you want me to. Okay, I've read the whole thing. Could you repeat the question for me?
Yes. Would you agree with me that when you prepared this affidavit that it was clear that Kouri Richins was a primary suspect of your investigation?
No, I wouldn't agree with that statement.
You would not?
No.
You didn't think she was a suspect at this point?
I didn't have definitive information that she was a suspect.
Okay. But you wanted to look in her phone, and you were asking a judge to let you look into a phone, right? her phone.
Correct.
And you're asking to look into her phone, by your own words, to see if she tried to obtain fentanyl on her phone.
Yes, that's the part that's recalling my memory is at that time, with the limited information I had, the most important fact that I felt we knew was that Eric died of fentanyl overdose. So the biggest question to me was how the fentanyl got into his system. And in my opinion, there were basically 3 different ways that Eric could have died of a fentanyl overdose. It could have been an accidental overdose, it could have been a suicide, or it could have been a homicide. In order to be thorough, I was trying to investigate all 3 of those possibilities.
So 1 year after he died, you still had no idea whether it was a suicide, a homicide, or an accident?
That's correct.
Okay. So you show up to have this friendly introduction with Ms. Richins. Do you tell her that you had just applied for this affidavit?
No.
And when you say you started from scratch, I mean, you didn't start from scratch. You'd spent a month reviewing the information prior to talking to Kouri, right?
No. I had not spent a full month reviewing that information. I still had a full caseload besides this case. When my time permitted, I reviewed what I could.
Okay, so you reviewed the files, right? Enough to do this affidavit.
Enough to submit this affidavit, yes.
You had talked to the previous case investigator, right?
Yes, but not a full debrief of the case.
Okay, but you'd talked to her, right? You'd reviewed the ME report, because you just said that.
Yes, I have.
Right? Had you looked at the material that was taken off of her phone previously?
No.
All right, so you show up. You don't tell Kouri that you just applied for a warrant to search her private information. Actually, what you tell her is that you all coach soccer together or something? Is that what you said when you came on to the house?
Your Honor, let me kind of renew this objection. What he told her is documented in audio and video recording. There's no dispute. It's not a game of gotcha. It is what it is.
Are you just trying to jog his recollection, lay foundation, or can we just move on?
All 3.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just get him to answer that one question? You talked about the fact that you all had ties in the community through soccer coaching and things like that, right?
Correct.
And then maybe she knew your wife or something?
That sounds familiar.
Okay. But you didn't tell her you were investigating her for homicide at any point in those 3 hours?
No.
You also didn't tell her you had a hidden recorder on your person, did you?
It wasn't.
Can you be specific at which
Yes.
point in time you're talking about?
When you first arrive at her house. Thank you, Your Honor.
No, the intention was not necessarily to hide it. The audio-only recorder was brought as redundancy in case of failure of equipment technology.
Where was it?
In my pocket.
Okay. Did you tell her
It wasn't visible to her.
Right.
But my intent was not to hide that I was recording her.
Okay. Did you know whether Sergeant, it's Hoffmeyer, right, that was with you?
Correct.
Did you know whether Sergeant Hoffmeyer had a hidden recorder on him?
So our memories have been a bit confused on this point. Originally, I thought I had remembered that he had the recorder. The recorder was his piece of equipment and tools, but I think after listening to the recording from how far away he sounds from the microphone, I think I had the recorder on me, but it was just the one audio recorder and the one body cam.
And you intended to go in there and ask Kouri questions directly about what happened with her husband's death, didn't you?
After she invited us in and consented to having us interview her, yes.
When she invited you in, did you Mirandize her?
No.
Right. Did you know she had a lawyer?
No, I did not.
You did not? All right, let's look at the transcript for just a moment. I believe it is number Exhibit 11 in front of you. And can you go to page 7? And can you, this is I mean, literally, you guys have maybe exchanged pleasantries, and you've only been there like a couple of minutes at this point, if it's page 7, right?
Yeah, it looks like about the time we were sitting down.
So can you read what Kouri said to you on line 3 of page 7?
So my attorney has been pushing to, obviously we just wanted her off the case because we're not getting anything done, anything accomplished.
And who's she talking about wanting off the case?
I think she was referring to Detective Woody.
So minutes into your meeting with her, she advised you she had an attorney.
Yes.
And you knew that you were going to elicit information from her that could be used against her, did you not?
I didn't know what information she would provide. I just wanted to know the facts surrounding the night of his death.
If she had said, hey, I killed my husband, would you have used that against her?
Likely.
Okay. So you didn't Mirandize her at that point. You knew she had a lawyer. You knew you were looking for information about her involvement in her husband's death, and you did not Mirandize her, correct?
Correct.
Did you tell her that she didn't have to meet with you, that you were only there if she wanted you to be there?
I don't remember the exact words that were exchanged before we entered the house, but I didn't say that specifically, no.
And you didn't record those, did you?
Yeah, they're recorded on the audio, just not on the body camera.
Okay. Were you wearing a gun?
I think so.
Was Sergeant Hoffmeyer in a uniform?
I think so. I don't remember specifically.
Did he have a gun?
Probably.
All right. Prior to your meeting with Ms. Richins, when you were applying for the warrant of the phone that had been seized from her in April of 22, did you review the reports about the seizure and the investigation on the 12th?
No.
When you were reviewing Agent Woody's file, do you recall seeing correspondence from her attorney, from Kouri Richins' attorney, instructing that no one investigating the case interview her client again without the lawyer being present?
Your Honor, objection. That wildly mischaracterizes the correspondence. The correspondence is in evidence. It says what it says.
Would you rephrase the question?
Do you remember reviewing correspondence from Ms. Richins' attorney in
Why don't we just pause there?
in Detective Woody's file?
There you go.
No.
Do you remember discussing it with Detective Woody?
No.
So prior to going to interview the key suspect of a murder investigation, you didn't take 1 minute to check and see if she was represented by counsel after a year?
No.
Okay. All right.
Your Honor, the state's going to object to this line of questioning. The state renews its objection based on the Sixth Amendment, in that the Sixth Amendment has not yet attached.
So you say, but we're going to have to get into some briefing about whether this proceeding had reached a quote-unquote critical stage under the case law and whether it had begun to focus on a particular suspect or other critical stage. Let's just get the facts in.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, let me make the record.
Sure.
Then let me finish the record on the Sixth, quick move to the Fifth.
Sure.
I think the Sixth Amendment case law in Utah, the Padaki case, says it attaches at arraignment. And so I think it is a clear decision that there is no Sixth Amendment point. The Sixth Amendment has not attached at this point in the narrative. Moving to the Fifth Amendment. Your Honor, the Fifth Amendment, of course, attaches when there is a custodial interrogation.
Truth.
And Utah's Perea case, really citing to McNeil v. Wisconsin of the Supreme Court, says one cannot anticipatorily invoke a Fifth Amendment. You need custody before you can invoke the Fifth Amendment. And so all this business about whether the defendant was represented, whether Detective O'Driscoll knew she was represented, or otherwise is immaterial
To the 5th,
to the 5th.
not necessarily to the 6th. We'll see if your citation to Utah case law is correct. But I understand your point regarding the 5th. I think the Fifth Amendment issues, right, are why they keep asking her if he had a gun on and show of force, free to leave, Mirandized, all that stuff.
Correct. I believe that line of questioning goes to the Fifth Amendment argument.
Correct.
They will one day make.
Right.
But here's the state's concern is the state is certain that we can select a fair and impartial jury from Summit County potential jurors. But the state is very cognizant that the more information, and in this instance, the more false information put into the potential jury pool will make it more difficult and take longer to select those fair and impartial jurors.
Well, I have shared this concern generally in this case from the detention, the first detention hearing, given the level of media attention. But the reason I don't think that cuts one way or the other with respect to Summit County versus Salt Lake County versus, candidly, Washington County is because the outlets that are covering this, 95% of them are national or international outlets or new media outlets on YouTube that do not respect any county boundaries. And so I think the concern you're expressing, while valid, applies to every potential jury pool.
Well, yes, Your Honor, I agree with that. I think we will argue that one day in the future. The reason I mention it is the gratuitous publication of false information through the course of these moving papers and this examination is unhelpful to creating, quickly filing a fair and impartial jury, whether it's Summit or Salt Lake or wherever.
I appreciate your concern. I don't think we are even approaching, never mind beyond, the point of no return in that regard. And I'll stay aware and vigilant.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just pointing out, Your Honor, all of these materials have come from the state, and this is the
Ms.
first.
Nestor, we can just move on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I want to move now to the search that you did and the arrest. By the way, Kouri was arrested. You sought an arrest warrant for her within a couple of weeks of having this start from scratch interview of her, right?
Yeah, that time frame sounds correct.
So in the space of your interview with her on the whatever the date is, the 14th, and her arrest on May 8th, which is about 2.5 weeks, in between that time, you decided it was a homicide and she was the one who did it. And that's
Yes.
3 weeks. Okay. All right. So then you apply for a warrant of her house, which you applied for on May 3rd. And let me approach with this, Your Honor.
just need it back when you're done. Okay. Please proceed.
By the way, in that period of time between when you had this interview with her and were open to hearing however it happened, the death, and the time you issued the warrant for her and the search for her house and her arrest on May 3rd, did you investigate any other potential suspects in that 2.5-week period of time?
To an extent, yes.
And I assume you have reports about that?
Yes.
That you prepared? Okay. I'm not going to go into that, Your Honor. Okay, so what is the date that you applied for this search warrant to go search her home? When did you ask a judge to give you permission to search her house again, a year later?
May 3rd, 2023.
Okay, so again, like less than 3 weeks after you interviewed her, right? And in this interview, this warrant.
1 second. Would you repeat that for us?
I just said I believe that math works out.
Yes.
Okay. In this warrant that you got, you asked to search for 2 things in the house, right? 2 things.
Correct.
Counterfeit pills and copper cups. That's it.
Yes.
Okay. And that warrant was issued by a judge, correct?
Yes.
And that's the warrant that gave you authority to exercise a search of her house on the day she was arrested, correct?
Yes.
All right. On the day she was arrested, Ms. Richins was located in another location from her home. She was down in Salt Lake, is that right?
Yes.
And you were there at the location where the arrest took place, right?
Correct.
And other officers or deputies were involved in the search of the house up in Camas.
Correct.
And while you were, let me see really quick. While you were arresting Ms. Richins, when you arrested her down in Salt Lake, did she have a phone on her at that time?
Yes.
On her person?
It was in her hands, yes.
And when she stepped out of the car, what did you tell her to do with that phone?
She didn't step out of a car.
You pulled her out?
No. She was exiting a business building.
Okay.
And I approached her while she was walking out.
Sorry, my bad. So when you approached her, what did you tell her to do with the phone?
I didn't tell her to do anything with the phone.
What did she do with the phone?
Your Honor, objection. This seizure is not the subject of any of the 3 motions that today's hearing set for.
I think that's right. Isn't that right?
No, it's relevant to Mr. Ramos's motion.
Electronic data?
Yes, because I'm just identifying the foundation of where that phone came from.
Your Honor, that motion, the electronic data motion, challenges the 4 corners of the warrant itself. The actual seizure of the phone is irrelevant, other than the fact that it was seized pursuant to that warrant.
Yeah, forgive me. I listened back to our discussion regarding burdens. Is there anything about the execution of that warrant that defendants believe was unreasonable?
About the execution of the warrant of arrest?
The search warrant, or is it that you believe the phone was seized without the benefit of a
I'm
warrant?
about to get into the statements she made at the time of her arrest prior to Miranda that directly deal with the phone that was in her hands. So I'm just laying a foundation for which phone it is and what they say to her and what they get her to say.
Your Honor, none of that information is relevant to the 3 pending motions.
Yeah, forgive me. This is new to me. I don't know that have you filed a Rule 12b3 motion that regards this topic?
Yeah.
Help me out. We just need to make sure the state had noticed that this was coming.
I'm grabbing it in just a minute.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Nestor. I believe it's undisputed that Kouri was arrested. A phone was seized from her during the course of the arrest.
Right.
2 hours later, a warrant was issued with respect to the contents of that phone, correct?
Right, we are not actually challenging the search of the phone. I am dealing with the issue of the statements that she made after her arrest, but
That topic is not, and forgive me if I missed it, that topic is not a part of Mr. Ramos's
hold on just one
motion.
moment, Your Honor.
Yep,
Can I talk that?
no problem.
Okay. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I got confused. I don't need to go into that, so I will move on. That is a different issue.
Okay, very good.
Okay, so you're down there, you're with her when she's being arrested. Meantime, there's officers searching her home up in Camas, right?
Correct.
And at some point, you get a phone call from one of the officers on the scene, is that right?
I don't recall. I'm sure I took lots of phone calls that day.
Did they advise you that they had found something in the search that was not within the permission of the warrant?
I don't recall.
Recall being told?
Go ahead, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, I think this goes to the seizure of the orange notebook, which is issue 4 in the defense motion to suppress statements and evidence.
Right.
As we discussed last Thursday, the state has conceded that the state seized that notebook on May the 8th, 2023, beyond the scope of the warrant that Ms. Nestor is addressing.
Correct. The state, I understand, will be arguing inevitable discovery.
Yes, Your Honor, and that argument relies exclusively on paper, various warrants, their tabs, I think it's...
We'll get there. We don't need to name them all now.
13 through 17-ish.
Okay.
The point being is this examination is nothing more than to prove a fact that the state has conceded.
I think that concession matches my notes after re-listening to the last status conference with counsel. Anything else we need from this witness regarding the orange notebook?
Yes.
Proffer for me what else it is you need.
Your Honor, all the steps that are made and the chronology of the steps that are made about the search file into my entire fruit of the poisonous tree argument. I need to lay a foundation if I ever need on appeal. I need to be able to make clear the steps that they went through to...
With respect to the orange notebook?
Yes.
Once they have it, though, outside the scope,
Yes.
it's a problem that they now need to invoke some kind of exception to fix. Isn't it the steps after the orange notebook that would be relevant to the fruit of the poisonous tree?
That's what I'm getting to right now. I just asked him about the orange notebook
Okay.
and what he does next. I mean, that's where I'm going.
My apologies. Okay.
No worries. Okay, so may I proceed? I'm sorry. So you get this call that they find a notebook in her house, right?
I don't.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, I don't know that we're fully clear on this issue.
Let me sound out what I understand is the possible benefit of this. Are you preserving the ability to argument that there was a gap in time between when the notebook was actually found and when it would have inevitably found?
Yes.
And during that gap in time, they learned some things that is
Yes.
fruit of the poisonous tree.
Yes.
Here's the gap I'm not sure we're square on, Your Honor. State has conceded that the search on May 8th that discovered the content of the orange notebook
Right.
was beyond the scope of the initial May 8th warrant to search the home. Based on information obtained from the orange notebook,
At that time.
at that time on May 8th, there was a second warrant written to search the home on May 8th for a notebook. The state is conceding that that second warrant, the portion of that second warrant to search for notebooks, there were other collateral issues that don't touch on this, was invalid because it relied on information discovered in the notebook pursuant to a search beyond the original warrant.
Okay.
The state's inevitable discovery argument is about warrants that occurred way after May 8th. All the information those warrants relied on are in the affidavits of probable cause for those warrants.
May we pause here for just a moment? I think this discussion would be more detailed and fruitful if you both weren't worried about seeding the public record with a bunch of stuff you don't want potential jurors to know about. That is a sufficient basis to close these proceedings briefly to have a more detailed discussion about this topic. So, everybody who is on that side of the bar, including all of you, I need you to step out now. Bloodworth, sir, you're under oath, correct?
Yes.
Very good. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, for the record, the state is called and the clerk has sworn Clint Benson. Mr. Benson, are you familiar with the trust relating to the estates of Eric Richins?
Yes.
And who is the trustee of that trust?
Katie Richins Benson, well, it'd be the Eric Richins Trust. And then Katie Richins Benson would be over that trust.
And what, if any, relationship do you have with Katie Richins Benson?
I'm her husband.
Are you familiar with the Willow Court address where Eric Richins lived?
Yes.
Does the trust own the Willow Court address?
Yes.
Does the trust have control, like physical control over the Willow Court address?
Yes.
Did the trust gain control, physical control over the Willow Court address upon the defendant's arrest on May the 8th, 2023?
Yes.
Who, on behalf of the trust, has controlled access to the Willow Court property?
That would be me. So after Kouri's arrest, locks were changed, cameras were installed, and I have monitored all access to that property.
Okay. In monitoring all access to the property, other than law enforcement, who, if anyone, has entered the property?
We have had Todd Gabler has entered the property.
And let me just break you there. Is Todd Gabler an investigator retained by the state in connection with the civil litigation?
Correct.
Other than law enforcement and Todd Gabler, has anyone entered the home?
We did have one instance where it was a bank matter where someone did try to enter the home. Law enforcement was quickly called, and he was stopped at the garage man door and garage entrance.
Okay. To wrap a little specifics around that, a bank holding a lien on the property had asked a locksmith to go to the house and change the locks. Is that right?
Correct.
When that person was at the house to change the locks, that generated a call to the police?
Correct.
Deputy Shane Norton responded to that call?
Yes.
And he contacted that locksmith in the garage before that locksmith entered the house. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Other than police, Mr. Gabler, and the locksmith, has anybody else entered that house?
I did have assistance from a family member on installing cameras in that home, but that was right after Kouri's arrest, and that would be it.
Have you personally escorted those who've entered the home?
Yes,
In each instance, I guess, except for that locksmith who was trying to change the locks?
correct, yes.
Okay. In escorting anybody that entered the home, did you observe anybody bring something from inside the home and place it, or sorry, something from outside the home and place it inside the home?
Never, no, that's never occurred.
Other than police removing items from the home pursuant to warrants, have you seen anybody remove any items from the home?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Good afternoon. Mr. Benson, you and I have met before, but just to remind you, my name's Kathy Nestor. Okay. So your wife is the trustee of a trust that the house has been folded into, is that correct?
Correct.
And there's litigation surrounding that trust at this time, is that right?
That's
Civil litigation.
correct, yep.
And since the day that Kouri was arrested, the family was not aware she was going to be arrested, right?
No,
Okay. And she has 3 young sons,
correct.
and they were at school.
I believe so. I was not there when that occurred, so.
Your Honor, objection relevance as to what this has to do with the state's direct examination regarding security of the home.
Because I think she's laying foundation that there was a time when some stuff was taken out of the home regarding the kids. But I think we could just fast forward to,
I'll get to it.
thank you.
After Kouri was arrested, someone who was not a member of your immediate family was the guardian for a brief time of those children, is that right?
Correct.
And those children had to come back and get their things out of the house?
I believe so, yep.
Yeah. And they were with that other person that was not you?
They came to the home, but I believe I was there when they arrived to do that, and they were escorted.
And in fact, hasn't there been, in another matter, hasn't there been an order entered that the children are permitted to go into the home to get items whenever they need it?
They are permitted, but they have not gone to the home,
But at least once they did.
not to my knowledge.
You just said they went in there with their guardian.
No, you asked if someone had gone to the home, but it was the guardians that had gone to the home to pick up their stuff.
Oh, okay. So the children weren't with them?
Correct.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't understand. That's what you were saying. I apologize. So the guardians were there at least once?
They were there once, to my knowledge.
Okay. And Mr. Gabler has been in the home, correct? And Mr. Gabler's been assisting this prosecution with providing them with reports and interviews and all kinds of things to assist this prosecution. Is that right?
Your Honor, objection. Anything Mr. Gabler's provided has been pursuant to a subpoena.
We can keep moving here, Ms. Nestor.
Mr. Gabler's working with this prosecution team, as far as you know. He's provided them with materials for however he provided it to them.
Correct.
All right. And he had authority to be in that home because he was working for your family. Is that right?
I wouldn't say he had authority to be in that home. He was accompanied by me when he was in that home.
How many times did he go in that home?
I don't recall the exact number.
More than 5?
I don't recall.
More than 20?
Not more than 20.
Okay, so less than 20 times, but more than once or twice.
Correct.
And when Mr. Gabler would go in there, he did search for items that he thought would be relevant and helpful to the prosecution, didn't he?
I believe so.
Your Honor, renewing the objection.
I think Ms. Nestor is about to move on to a new
I am?
topic.
And the times that the warrants were executed, we just took some testimony about 4 different warrants that have been executed since Kouri's arrest on the house. 4 times. Were you there for each time they did the warrants?
Yes.
And you saw the searches every time?
I would let them into the home to perform the search.
Okay. And how many people would be in the house, give or take, when that was going on?
You're talking 4 searches, so you'd have to be more detailed.
How many officers would you see? Typically, was it one? Was it multiple officers that would come in?
It would be more than one.
So you couldn't be with all of them the whole time, right?
Correct.
How big is the house?
It's 4,300 square feet.
Okay, and there's multiple floors, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And how long did those searches take, average, when they would go in and search under these last 4 warrants over the past 12 months?
It depended upon the case and what they were looking for. So it was dependent upon the warrant.
And as the trustee, the person that would be present, did they tell you what they were looking for?
No, in some instances they would, some they wouldn't. So
Tell me the instances you remember in the last 12 months what they were looking for.
I don't recall exact items. There were a lot of items.
Okay, so they did take items out of the house every time?
I don't recall if it was every time, but they did give a list of items that were taken on the, in regard to the warrant.
All right. And the first time the house was searched, did it appear like was the house in disarray after the search? In other words, were things thrown on the floor? Was there?
Would you pause for 1 second,
Yep.
Ms. Nestor?
Your Honor, this is beyond the scope and irrelevant.
I think this is beyond the scope of the motions you filed. I don't recall any arguments regarding unreasonable execution of a warrant.
No, that's not why I'm asking.
I think we need to move on.
Has Katie been in the house?
No.
Never? Not since the death of her, not since the funeral?
You got to, hold on.
Sorry, let me
Would
rephrase.
you redefine the time period that
Not
you're
since,
describing?
not since the time of Kouri's arrest, Katie has not been in the house?
She has not,
And Amy has not been in the house?
not that I recall.
And your father has not been in the house?
He hasn't been in the house, no. He's there. You'd have to be more specific. Do you mean the house or the detached garage? What item
Anywhere
are you
on the
talking
property?
about? He has been on the property.
Okay. Were you present on the day of Kouri's arrest when they were searching the home?
I was not.
Were you the person that came and changed the locks that day, or did someone else do that?
I didn't change locks. We hired a person to come and change the locks.
So you personally didn't appear at the house that day?
I was at the house.
Were you there while the search was ongoing?
No, I don't believe so.
So do you know how many people went inside and outside the house that day?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. We need to move on.
Do you know you were not at the house the day that the arrest happened?
Your Honor, he
Judge?
just testified that he was.
Yeah, you're going to have to be more specific, and
Well,
we're going to have to move on. You
I
need
will.
to stay
I will.
reasonably tethered to the motions that the defense has filed.
The day that Kouri was arrested, there was a lot of people on the property. Is that correct?
Law enforcement.
And were there others?
I don't remember seeing anybody but law enforcement there, as well as a locksmith to change the locks.
Were you there the entire day?
I was not there the entire day.
Okay. What portion of the day were you there? An hour, half an hour, 6 hours?
Just as long as it took the locksmith to change the locks.
So at the very end, when they were finished?
Correct, I believe so, but I
Okay.
don't recall.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else for this gentleman?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
May we release this witness?
Yes, sir.
You're welcome to step down. Thank you. Do you mind pouring your water in that plant there? Thank you.
Happy to.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state has no further witnesses on this first motion to suppress statement and evidence.
And so I believe this is the point where the state would say all burdens either are with or have shifted to the defense. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, Mr. Ramos, give me a sense of where we're headed.
Can I approach for just 1 minute?
Sure.
Mr. Blum?
All right, Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, we believe there's sufficient evidence on the record for us to brief at this time. We're not going to call any more witnesses on my motion. The only two left are Mr. Ramos and then Ms. Lewis's.
Ms. Lewis, tell me, your motion is
The 6-page document,
to suppress the letter?
yes.
And who do we need to call, if anyone, on
We have
that?
the 2 officers who did the search of the jail cell.
Okay, are they present?
Are they present, Mr. Bloodworth?
Your Honor, they are both working in the back. I need about 2 minutes on each, but I need a break anyway.
That's no problem. Let's take we'll take a 5-minute break, and then 2023. 157 is May 8.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do need Brittany. I may have jumped the gun there. All right, Brittany, may we please go back on the record? All right, folks, we're back on the record. Counsel and Ms. Richins are present. Ms. Lewis?
Yes, Your Honor, we would call Sergeant Barrett.
All right. Sergeant, let's get you sworn in if you don't mind.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sergeant, what's your full name for the record?
Braxton Ray Barrett.
And where is it that you're employed?
Say again.
Where are you employed?
Summit County
Doing-
Sheriff's Office.
And what are your duties?
I'm a corrections sergeant.
All right. And were you acting in that job capacity in September of 2023?
Yes.
And were you involved at that time in a search that took place of the pod and the cell of Ms. Kouri Richins?
Yes.
All right. So Could you tell me what initially led to the search at that time?
Do you have a specific search?
Yes, let's start with, I believe there was a search of Ms. Richins' cell on September 13th of 2023.
Okay. So Ms. Richins had a medical episode, and so there was a brief search initially after medical had treated her. And that was a quick search to look for any obvious contraband left over from EMS personnel. And then shortly after that, there was indication that there was possibly something held up on a video chat.
Okay, I'm going to ask you about that, but let me just take it one step at a time. So initially, she was taken out of the jail for a medical situation.
Yep.
And there was a search on September 13th, and all you were looking for was if anything was left behind by the EMTs, is that correct?
Initially, yes.
Okay. And then when was it you became aware of a video call that led you to want to search the cell further?
So it was while she was away from the jail that was brought to my attention that there was possibly something held up in a video chat. So we searched the cell looking for a piece of paper with cursive handwriting on it.
And that search took place on September 14th, is that correct?
13th, I believe, is my dates.
So, all right, so the first search on September 13th, you
Correct.
didn't seize anything from her cell at that time, is that correct?
No.
And you believe the second search was September 13th?
So there was an initial search of just immediately nothing to do with any case. It was just a contraband search of any medical items left over in that immediate area. And then while she was away, there was a indication that there was possible issues with a video conversation where she held up a piece of paper.
And on that occasion, did you search just her cell, or did you search the entire pod?
It was just her cell on that one.
All right, and that was also September 13th?
Yes.
And nothing was collected on that search either, correct?
Nope.
So what led to the search on September 14th of the pod and Ms. Richins' cell?
So there was random cell searches of two different sections, Golf Pod and Bravo Pod. And then also with her medical condition, she was going to be moved to a different cell for observation.
All right. Alex, can you just put on, I'm going to show you some videos of the search on September 14th. We'll try not to go through every single one of them. Could you start pulling up? It's States Exhibit 69, but it's number 8 on our list. And before we start that, well, actually, no, go ahead. Let's put that on, Alex. Thank you.
Your Honor, can I just offer the court some context? The video system, because it's so data heavy.
Ask him about it. But
Oh, okay.
I'll ask him.
That's fine.
It's fine. Okay, yeah, just don't, pause it for now. Let me just. So before we start, can you tell me, is that you in the video there?
Yes.
And which of those cells belongs to Ms. Richins?
I believe at this time Ms. Richins was in 4, which is upstairs.
In fact, it's the top right cell, is that correct?
Correct, yep.
That one that is being pointed to on the screen? All right. And the video camera where's that video camera?
It's elevated. It's on the back wall.
Is that the only camera in that pod?
It is, yes.
And
next to an observation cell that's in cell 5.
where's that at? Can you,
It is the bottom left corner.
that we can see? Or,
It's,
left corner over there?
Yeah, so that'll be just directly in the cell. It won't view anything else.
All right. So who runs the video camera?
What do you mean?
Is there someone in charge?
It's it's like an ongoing thing. Observation cells can be turned on and off.
Is the video camera run all the time or just?
The main section cell, yes.
All right. And that video camera, as we're going to see in these videos, it freezes a lot. Is that correct?
I believe it is emotion-based.
You believe it's emotion-based?
Yes.
So if it's not...
If there's no movement, I don't believe it records until it senses movement.
All right. We'll talk about that as we look where some of it is where nothing is moving. Who is it that collects the videos from that camera?
I believe it is our administrative sergeant,
Who is that?
Sergeant Thomas.
Okay. And is he the one that would have provided the videos that we have in evidence at this time?
He'd probably be one of them.
Okay. Alex, you just play that video. Now, these videos, I think each is about 1:30, but it's an ongoing search, right? They happen one right after the other.
And is this of the 13th?
I believe this is the 14th.
Okay.
I believe. If I'm wrong, please correct me. Let me ask you while we're looking at this. So the stuff that's on the tables downstairs, is that stuff that's been taken out of cells, or is that stuff that was just left by inmates?
Without knowing exactly what date of this search, I can't see the date, but that looks like it's indicative of somebody being in the day room, inmate-wise, and then being either locked down or moved abruptly.
Your Honor, if I may.
One moment. Okay.
You can't see it, but if you were to shrink the video, the date and time are in the top left corner. This is the video of the 14th, and the time and date stamp are on the video.
Remind me the exhibit number for this one.
This is State's Exhibit 69. All right. So go ahead, Alex. In the video there, you've just entered Ms. Richins' cell. Is that correct?
That appears to be me, yes.
And she doesn't share that cell with anyone, or she didn't, correct? She was there alone. So what is it you're doing here?
I would be looking, if this was on the 14th, this would be doing a search and then also moving her, gathering up her belongings and moving it down to cell 5.
Oh, that's okay, because she was moving to cell 5.
Correct.
All right. Now, this was after you had already searched for handwritten notes the day before.
Yes, the cursive letter.
Okay. All right, Alex, it's okay. Let's go on to the next video, which is State's Exhibit 70. That's number 9. I'm just going in order. Can you zoom in a bit, Alex, on the cell so we can maybe see better what's... It's a little bit difficult, but... Okay, there we go. So what is it that you are, all right, there, in your hand? It looks like you have an envelope?
Correct.
And is that an envelope that you had looked at the day prior?
I observed it, yes.
But you didn't look in it that day?
Not looking at it, nope.
Now, is this the envelope that on the front has Ms. Richins' prior attorney's name?
I believe that would be the one.
Okay. And it says attorney privileged or something to that effect?
I don't recall it saying that. I just recall it saying Sky Lazaro, who I knew was her attorney at the time.
All right. And if a report indicated it said attorney privileged, do you have any reason to disagree with that?
I didn't see that, so...
You don't recall?
I don't recall seeing that on there. But
Okay. So on this search, you opened that envelope, correct?
yes.
And go ahead, Alex, you can just play it out well. And what was it you found in that envelope?
In inspecting that envelope, there was numerous paperwork. There was obvious court heading, court minutes. There was some, what appeared to be like some cards that were made from children. I didn't observe any obvious other contraband.
There were handwritten notes in that envelope,
Yes.
correct? Quite a few, isn't it?
Yeah.
Accurate, there were a lot of handwritten notes. And you looked through those notes that day?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know I'm bad at that. I'll try harder. All right, let's just go to Exhibit 71, Alex, number 10. Can you tell me who the other two individuals are who are coming towards the cell at this point?
That is Deputy Watts, and that is Sergeant Thomas in the bottom, and then the one in the white shirt is our nurse.
Now, were you still going through the papers in the envelope at that time?
Yes.
Can you give us a rough idea of how many pages were in that envelope?
Hundreds. It was, yeah.
So what did you do with the papers that were in that envelope after this search?
After the search, they were put back in as best as I could, back into the manila folder.
And given back to Ms. Richins?
It was left in her property and then put back in her cell when I moved her to 5.
And is it your testimony that none of the papers in that envelope were seized?
To my knowledge.
All right. Let's skip to State Exhibit 74, number 13.
Say the date again.
State Exhibit 74.
What was the next thing you said?
Oh, I was just telling Alex what number it was in our
Got it.
list. All right, I think a lot of this is frozen. Let it run and it'll start to move. Now, is that Sergeant Thomas standing outside the door?
Yes.
What are you doing during this time? Do you recall?
I recall I'm still searching the folder.
All right. At some point during this search, there is a document found that is a 6-page document that is, I believe, at docket number 214, which says walk the dog on the top. Are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
Are you the one that found that document?
I am not.
Okay. Did you view the document that day?
I cannot specifically recall. I remember Sergeant Thomas, when he indicated he had found it, that was a brief, maybe a brief look at it.
All right.
But did not get a good description of it at that time.
You read that document at another time?
Not specifically like full on, but got more of a briefing from it.
So the documents were in the envelope that you were going through. Are you aware if some of those documents have since been found to be privileged documents?
Are you asking me, were they in that envelope that I was
Well, no, right,
searching?
I'm asking you if the documents that you were reading that were in the envelope contained privileged documents.
Yes, I wasn't reading them though.
Well, you were going through, you said hundreds of documents.
Yeah.
So you would have had to have at least read some to get an idea of what they were, correct?
Inspecting, looking at, the heading on it, like, court paperwork to me is pretty obvious, like headings.
Well, there were a lot of handwritten documents in that envelope, correct?
Correct.
And you determined not to seize any of those documents, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you, as you were reading those documents, you determined that some of them were privileged and you should stop reading them, correct?
I didn't read them.
Then how did you know what they were?
Just glancing at them.
Okay. Let's go to State Exhibit 75, which is 14. And so right now you can see it appears this is frozen, correct?
It appears so. I see the timer moving in the corner, but no movement.
All right. So sometimes it detects, now it starts. So sometimes it detects movement in the cell and other times it doesn't? Is that correct?
To my knowledge, it responds on movement, so I don't know why it would be not moving or not recording.
Is that you on the left side of the bunk? I can't tell. Or are you on the
No, I'm on the right, on the foot of the bed.
foot of the bed? So what is it that you are searching at this time?
I believe I'm still looking at the items in the manila envelope.
All right, and we'll have Sergeant Thomas here in a minute so we can ask him what he's looking at.
Okay.
So I won't ask that with you. So it's still the same envelope that had her former attorney's name on it, Ms. Richins' former attorney's name on the front.
Correct.
All right, then let's go ahead and skip to State's Exhibit 76, which is 15. And if we could zoom in on the corner. Now, what I would like you to take a look at here, this video, it's frozen for some time, but then let's see what happens when it unfreezes. This is 15, right? I'm sorry, it's hard. We can't pinpoint the exact spot, but these videos aren't too long, so. It's still moving. All right, the envelope that's in your hand right there, that's the envelope we've been talking about. Is that right?
Correct.
And Sergeant Thomas is looking at some other papers, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know what he's looking at
I
this
do
time?
not.
All right, then we'll just ask that to him. Let's skip to, and I believe 16, the entire thing is frozen. I'm sorry, State Exhibit 77. Let's skip to 78. And while we're doing that, let me ask you, so when Sergeant Thomas found the 6-page document that says walk the dog on top, did he tell you about it right when he found it?
He made indication that he thought he had found something.
And did he make indication as to where he had found it?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I think he said it could have been in a book. I'd have to review my report.
Go ahead, that's. Now, I think when this eventually unfreezes, it's going to show you carrying a bin down the stairs. Do you get occasion to look at these videos very often?
Say again?
Do you get occasion to look at videos from that camera very frequently?
Yes, I have the capability to review video.
Is it always these large gaps where nobody's moving?
If there's nobody moving, it won't record.
Well, are there always gaps where, I mean, you are moving in the cell and it comes on and off? Is that how it always is, or is this unusual?
I haven't come across a situation like this.
So this is the first time you've seen big frozen gaps?
With the timer moving and no movement, yes.
So you're now walking downstairs with a bin?
Yes.
Now, did you put everything in that bin yourself, or was that stuff that was already in a bin in her cell?
I gathered her items up, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there was items in there, but all her items in her cell I did gather.
So you put those all into the bin?
It may not have been all of them, but I put some in them. There may have been items in it already, but there was stuff added to it for sure, yes.
Are you aware of a book she had in her cell that was an LSAT study prep book?
Not at that time.
You weren't aware of it at that time?
Correct.
So you aren't aware if that is something you put in that bin?
No, I wasn't aware of what.
All right, what was your involvement after this in the rest of this search, after you searched the envelope?
To gather her items up and move it to the cell that you saw me move the box to.
All right, did you personally seize anything from the cell during that search that was?
I did not know.
So you didn't take anything out of the cell, everything was put back in the envelope or in the bin and moved to her new cell?
Correct.
Okay, I just have one moment. Your Honor, I don't have anything further from Sergeant Barrett.
Mr. Bloodworth?
Sergeant Barrett, you're familiar with what I mean when I say the walk the dog letter, right?
Yes.
Docket 214, but every law nerd on the internet calls it the walk the dog letter. When you searched manila envelope marked with Ms. Lazzaro's name, did you see, recover, seize the walk the dog letter?
I did not.
In the videos that Ms. Nestor just showed you, when you're standing at the foot of the bed, are you going through the hundreds of pages in that manila envelope at that time?
I was, yes.
Let's talk about the size of the bed real quick. Is it a normal, say, 6.5-foot-ish bed?
Correct. Metal bunk, yes.
So when you're at the foot of the bed and you see Sergeant Thomas in the video at the head of the bed, he's about 6 feet plus away from you. Is that correct?
I would say that's accurate, yes.
Thank you.
Can I ask one follow-up?
Sure.
Did you actually see Sergeant Thomas get what is known as the walk the dog document?
I did not.
See him seize that?
I did not know.
So you don't know where that came from based on your own knowledge?
Correct. I do not know.
Was Sergeant Thomas also looking in the envelope?
I did not see him look at that envelope.
I don't have anything further.
May we release this witness?
Yes, and we would call Sergeant Thomas.
You may step down, sir.
Thank you.
I'm not sure, not the first ones, but we'll see. Probably short one. Probably.
Your Honor, while they're waiting, can you confirm that the videos was 69, 70, 74, 75, 76, and 78?
I don't know that we played. Did we play 78?
I think so. That was the last one.
That was the last one where
Sure.
Sergeant Barrett was carrying the video.
Okay. Sounds right. Sergeant Thomas, would you step in front of Brittany? We'll get you sworn in.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the fees and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Good afternoon. Could you state your name, for the record, your full name?
Jeremy Thomas,
And where is it you're employed, Sergeant Thomas?
Summit County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your position?
The administrative sergeant over the jail.
Can you lean a little bit more into the microphone?
Yeah,
Thank
I'm
you.
the administrative. Do you want me to repeat it?
No, but just going forward. Thank you.
No problem.
All right. So you were involved in a search of Ms. Richins' cell on September 13th and September 14th, 2023,
Correct.
right? What happened to initiate the first search on September 13th?
The first search that I was involved in, or the
Or were
one
you
prior?
involved in all of the searches those 2 days?
Wasn't. I was only involved in one search.
Which search were you involved in?
I believe it was the second search.
On September 13th?
Yeah.
All right. And what initiated the second search on September 13th?
Your Honor, we have a date confusion. I think Sergeant Thomas, as depicted in the video, was involved in the search on.
All right.
So the 14th.
So you were only there for the search on the 14th? All right, that's fine. So the search on the 14th, what was the purpose of the search on the 14th?
There was a discussion about a role violation that Ms. Richins had engaged in over holding a letter up during a video visit, and so we were attempting to locate that letter.
Okay, so again, I don't know if we have the dates confused now. You were involved in either search on the 13th.
Negative.
Are you aware of the searches on the 13th?
Vaguely. I don't know the details of it.
All right. So is your recollection that the second search on September 13th was looking for the letter that was held up to the video?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware?
I'm aware of the I didn't see the incident, but I'm aware that she had held a paper up during a video visit.
And you're aware, or are you aware, that there was a search on the 13th to try and locate that paper?
I believe, yes.
And it wasn't located, correct?
Yes.
And just that paper turned out to be something that was not related to this case or even contraband, correct?
I wouldn't know.
You don't know?
I didn't see the letter. The letter was never found, so I don't know.
Okay. So the letter was not seized from the cell?
No. As far as I know, the letter that she held up was not seized.
All right. So now September 14th, the search on September 14th, that was of the entire pod, correct?
Yes. Or the one that I was involved in, yes, the whole pod was
The whole
searched.
pod. So the purpose of that search was not just to search Ms. Richins' cell?
Negative. It's to search the whole unit.
Okay. And were you looking for anything specific in that search?
The main goal was to find that letter that she held up
That had not been found the day before?
that had not been
All right.
found.
Okay, let's go ahead and put on State's Exhibit 72 again. Now, 11.
Alex, one moment, please.
Now, before we get started, let me just ask you, on these videos, are you the one that collected these videos for evidence?
Yes.
And tell me how that process happens. How do you collect those videos?
You go to the camera and on the computer and then just download it onto a flash drive and then submit it into evidence.
All right. And have you had occasion to look at the videos of this particular search on September 14th before today?
I have seen it before, yes.
So you're aware that during these videos, the video freezes a number of times for lengthy periods?
Yes, it could. It's motion activated, so if it doesn't detect motion, it would probably shut off.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this. Now that's you standing outside of Ms. Richins' cell up on the far right of our screen, correct?
Yes.
With your back to the camera.
Yes, ma'am.
And what is going on in the cell at this time?
Sergeant Barrett is in the process of searching some documents at the foot of the cell, of the bunk.
And those documents were located in an envelope, correct?
I have no idea. I wasn't paying attention. He would have been blocking my view of what he was actually searching.
All right.
So I'm looking at his back.
So at this time, you're not clear what he's going through, just that he's going through documents?
Correct.
Okay. Now, okay, oh, it looks like it's moving again. All right, have you up to this point been in her cell at all?
No.
All right. Let's go ahead and move to number, State's Exhibit 74, 13 for us. You can go ahead and hit play. Okay, so let me ask you, if this is unusual based on your experience, this is playing, but it appears that it's either frozen or you're standing very, very still.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you.
So my question is, though, have you seen videos typically where there is movement, but it's freezing like this?
No, it's not typical.
This is unusual. All right, I think let's watch until this unfreezes. It does unfreeze eventually, I promise. I think. There we go. So that's the first time you go into the cell.
Correct.
And are you now looking at what? Can you pause that, Alex, right there? And zoom in. You're looking at what Sergeant Barrett is looking at this point. Well, you can see what he's looking at. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, I could see. I'm not paying attention to what he's doing.
All right, but you, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. Were you finished?
Yeah.
You have an envelope in your hand right there, correct?
I have no idea. I can't tell what it is.
All right. Do you recall, well, let's take another look. You still aren't sure what that is?
Mm-mm.
Do you recall seeing the envelope in the cell that said the name of Ms. Richins' former attorney on the front of it?
No.
So you don't know what that is that you're looking at right there? It looks like an envelope, right?
I can't tell what it is. It looks like there's papers, yes, but
Okay.
I don't know if it's an envelope or not. I don't remember touching an envelope in the cell at all.
All right. So tell me what you did after this point, if you recall.
So my recollection was there on the top bunk, there was papers and books on the top. So I figured I would start searching in that area because we were looking for the document. I remember flipping through some pages on the top, and then there were some paperback books on the top bunk and the LSAT book on the top bunk. And
Stop you for 1 minute. Let me just, a couple of clarifications. So on the top bunk, there were, you said pages.
yeah, it was nothing of significance. It was like, I couldn't even tell you what they were. They were just letters, or like, it was nothing that stood out to me, so.
All right. Were there a lot of pages, though, on the top bunk?
There was a few. I couldn't tell you how many, but yeah, it was scattered paper on the bunk right there.
So, on the bunk or the book? I'm sorry, what did you say?
On the bunk, on the metal part of the bunk. And then there was some books off to the side, and then there was the LSAT book on the top of the bunk right there also.
So the book was on top of the bunk?
Yeah.
All right. Let's go ahead then and look at some of these videos, because I want to see if you can point out to me where you might be looking at the books. So that was number, what was that, Alex, that we just played? All right, I guess let's do State Exhibit 75. And again, this is another one that is frozen on and off.
Which number is it?
14. And if you can zoom in, Alex, up there. And then, is it frozen or is it stopped? All right, so we can't see what is, oh, there we go, it's moving. So at this point, you are looking at some papers, correct?
Correct.
Sorry, could you answer out loud?
Correct.
Sergeant Barrett just had an envelope. I don't know if you saw that.
I did.
So again, even though there's movement, the camera or the video, it's frozen at this point, correct?
Appears to be.
But we don't see you looking at any books, correct?
Not at this moment on the.
I think this unfreezes again. Oh, that was the end of it?
It's been the end of it for a minute.
All right, let's go on then to the next one.
That's why it was frozen.
Yeah, it's hard to keep track of where it starts and stops. All right, let's look at number 15, which I know a lot of this one's frozen too. But I do think it will pop on in a moment. So really what I'd like you to look at here, Sergeant Thomas, and when this unfreezes or freezes, if you can point out at any time you are looking through books up there on the top bunk. I think it's moving now, if you could. All right, now you have something in your hand. Can you zoom in on that,
I would
Alex?
say right there is where I'm in a book right there where I'm pulling.
Well,
I would think. It's hard to
it
tell.
yeah, it is. It actually looks like you're going through some papers, doesn't it?
I don't know. I was only in the cell for a couple minutes before I found the letter, so I would say it would be within the first couple minutes of being in there.
So your testimony is you found it where?
On the top bunk, right where I'm standing. That's the only place in the cell I searched.
So you only searched on the bunk, all right. And where was it on the bunk?
In the book, right where I'm standing.
But all of that is, none of that can be seen on the video. That's all frozen when that may have happened.
Sure, it looks like I have the letter right now, as far as I can tell.
So you have papers in your hand right now. We don't see the book, correct?
Correct.
And those papers are the pages that everyone now calls the walk the dog document.
Correct.
Those pages, when you found them, they were glued together or stuck together as if pulled out of a notebook, like when you tear a chunk out of a notebook and papers are still together on the side or on the top. Is that correct?
I don't recall. I mean, I remember flipping through them, so, but I don't remember them being secured to each other in any way.
How many pages were there when you found it?
I believe there was like 8.
There were 8.
8 or 9 total pages.
8 or 9 pages.
May have been 6. There was a letter, and then it was like a check mark or like a checklist after, so I couldn't tell you exactly how many pages there were.
All right. How many pages were turned over as and are part of now what are the walk the dog pages?
All of them.
Well, now actually, and this is, I'm not entering this now, but this is the letter. It's already on the docket, but just so he can refresh.
Sure.
So if you could tell me how many pages.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6.
6. But there were 7 or 8 pages. Well, there were 8 pages, correct?
Correct.
All right. So, I think there were 9 pages. Did you take all 9 of the pages at that time?
I did.
So when you saw these pages that were in a handwriting, you read all of them, right?
I read most of the document on my way out, because once I verified that there was something in there of concern, then I was taking them out of this section to take to my supervisor.
So the very beginning of that, in front of you, the first couple of lines, and you can just read it to yourself right now,
Okay.
is about a conversation between Ms. Richins and her attorney, correct?
No. It's saying she's referring to this guy as the third person.
Right, she's talking about something that her attorney told her, correct?
Correct.
All right. So as you started to read this, you immediately saw that she was talking about something between her and her attorney, correct?
Correct.
But you continued to go on and read it?
Correct. So I scanned the document, and then fairly quick, she talks about basically what she's telling her brother to say.
Well, I understand that's what your interpretation of the document is, but let me back up a little bit. So when you come across documents that are privileged, do you typically go on and continue to read them?
They weren't marked as privileged.
When you come across documents about an individual's case that they've written?
We scan those documents, yes, to look for safety security threats.
You scan them or you read them?
Scan them. Or you read them until you determine that it's a legal document when it's a handwritten letter that's not in a legal folder or anything like that.
Now, you refer to that as a letter, but is that a letter addressed to anybody? Does it say "Dear somebody" at the top?
No, not at the top. At the back of it, it clearly is addressed to her mom.
Well, wait a minute. Let's clarify here. Addressing a letter would, there's no,
Hold on.
oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Bloodworth.
Like all the other documents in this case, it says what it says. We don't need a quiz on what it says.
Are there questions about why Sergeant Thomas did or didn't do whatever he didn't do next that you need to ask?
There is, and it's laying foundation for argument that will be made in the briefs.
If you need to ask questions about what he did or didn't do, that's fine.
Well, I think it's important to clarify, for purposes of argument and privilege, whether or not this document was obviously a letter.
Well, but you can, candidly, I don't care whether he thinks it was obviously a letter. I can address that, and I have to, under the law, make an objective determination of that. If you want to ask him why he did whatever he did or didn't do next, that's fine.
Okay. All right. Well, can I get an answer to the first question? Is there a salutation on the letter to somebody?
No.
All right. But you continued to read it?
Correct.
Anyway. And it's not signed on the bottom by Ms. Richins. It's not "Love Kouri" on the bottom, correct?
I would have to...
I'll go ahead and take a
Ms.
quick
Lewis,
look.
if you just ask the next question, I'm going to move you along just a little bit here.
Was there an envelope with that to mail it?
No.
Were there any letters in her cell that were ready to be mailed out that you found that day?
I don't recall any. This is the only letter I remember. This was the only letter of significance that I felt was a violation of rules and a safety security threat.
All right, and it was attached to 3 other pages that were just notes, correct?
Yeah, it was just like a checklist of, it appeared to be a checklist. I couldn't really tell you everything that was on it on the last 3 pages.
Okay, but it wasn't you didn't think it was part of the first 6 pages?
Yeah, I thought it was part of the actual document, yes.
All right, are you aware that the next page, page 7, was found to be privileged by the taint attorney in this case?
No.
You're not aware of that?
No.
All right, do we need to introduce her? Maybe we should just introduce this. One moment, I'm sorry, Your Honor, if you'll indulge me. So this is, where's the one where he says it's privileged? 6 pages.
We can make that.
Just want to make sure it's the right one that he says, the next page.
Yeah.
Okay, Your Honor, I just want to admit Exhibit 158 for the record. And this is not a document that this witness would be familiar with, but I don't think I have any objection from.
What is it?
This is a letter from the taint stating that 7th page of this document.
Okay.
Your Honor, the other way, of course, to read that letter is that the first 6 aren't.
Why? Either way, I don't have the 7th page in front of me, do I?
No, you don't. I can get it to you and we can submit it, but it was determined to be privileged, so the government doesn't have that either.
I've not seen it.
Okay.
And the only one that,
Sure, I'm never going to rely on this, but we'll mark it, and you can
well,
make
yeah, I
whatever
just
argument.
wanted for the record that
Okay.
the documents this was found with were
It's been offered.
privileged.
Okay. 158 is offered.
Okay. Now, you said you don't recall if they were glued together at that time.
Remember them being glued together, no.
All right, then if I could just also offer, I guess this would be Exhibit 159. This is just the loss between the just to show you the US. Sorry, Your Honor, after discussing this with Mr. Bloodworth, I'm going to move ahead. All right, so the only thing that was taken from the cell was this 8-page, 9-page document, correct?
Correct.
And what did you do with the document after you took it from the cell?
I took it into the jail commander and explained the contents of the letter to him, which then I was referred to take it to the county attorney's office to verify if it was a legal document.
I'm sorry, can you leave more? I didn't hear that last part.
I took the letter out to the jail commander and discussed the contents with him, and then was referred to the county attorney to determine whether it was a legal document or not.
All right, and it was determined this is not the document that was held up to the video camera when Ms. Richins was visiting her mother that you were originally looking for, correct?
Correct.
So this is a different document that you took out of the cell.
Correct.
All right, and then the rest of her belongings were put, or I don't know if the rest of them, a number of her belongings were put in a bin, correct?
I wasn't there when that happened.
I think you were, actually. Why don't we put on video Exhibit 78 again?
Are we doing this to refresh his recollection?
Yes, but it's in evidence. I mean,
Are we going to ask him more questions about the bin, or can we move on?
I want to ask him what, yeah. If you can even forward. 17. So you are in the cell when Sergeant Barrett takes the bin down, correct?
Correct.
And Alex, if you can back up more from where he comes from. Now, he comes from behind the door, correct?
Correct.
And those belongings are things that were behind the door, it appears, correct?
Correct.
But isn't that where the LSAT book is in that bin at this point?
I wouldn't know. I was looking at the document the whole time, so I don't even recall him taking that bin out.
Do you recall coming back about an hour later to take pictures of the LSAT book?
I do.
And where was the LSAT book when you took the pictures of it?
I believe it was down in that property down there.
It was in the bin, correct?
Correct.
And did you take that book out of the cell and put it in the bin?
No, I don't know if Barrett must have grabbed it, or if he grabbed it later and put it in there, or if he grabbed it like while I was reading the letter.
Well, shouldn't that be on the video? If he put more things in the bin?
Yeah, I'd imagine.
All right. Your Honor, you'll have the videos. So he doesn't recall. I don't want to just sit here and show every video. But
Well, to be clear, I don't know how many of these there are, but I'm not going to watch all of them unless you have determined that one of them is relevant.
all right.
You can just proffer which one you want me to watch,
Well,
but
I'd like to proffer a negative. There is not a video of anything else being put in the bin after we see the bin coming
Okay.
down the stairs.
fair enough.
So, and there's only a few videos after this.
Okay.
But, so there is a video, though, of you pulling the book out of the bin, correct?
Correct.
And taking a picture of it. All right. Let me see. Your Honor, we don't have anything further. Thank you.
Mr. Bloodworth, any redirect for Sergeant?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Mr. Ramos, rather than switch computers, can I get you to bring up a video?
Yeah.
You bring up video 84?
84?
Yes, Exhibit 84. It's the second video number 22.
That's the second 22.
One down.
Actually, no, it might be the top. But let me look.
Sergeant Thomas, we'll just pick up where Miss Nestor.
Lewis. I let you get away with it once.
I apologize. Where Miss Lewis has left off. Take a look at that video. What is this depicting?
Me grabbing the book out of the bin
And why are you grabbing the book out of the bin?
so I could take a picture of where I found the letter.
And by book, you mean the LSAT book.
Yes.
And why did you want to take a picture of where you found the letter?
To book it into evidence or attach it to the report of where I found the letter.
Okay.
Because I stated it in my report.
Is that the LSAT book in your left hand where you found the letter?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Is this you using your cell phone to take a photograph of that?
Correct.
And is that the photograph that, if you know the number, but is it's found at 86 in the court's binder. We can show you that photograph. Do we have it real quick? Connor, can I borrow the court's binder to show? Sergeant Thomas, is the court showing you Exhibit 86?
Yes.
Is that the photograph of the LSAT book where you found the walk the dog letter?
Correct.
And is that the photograph you took that was depicted in the video we just watched?
Correct.
you please hand that back to the court?
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, you have 86, right? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
To recap, you found the walk the dog letter in the LSAT book, correct?
Correct.
And you never searched a folder, a manila folder during that entire search we've just discussed?
Not that I recall.
You never
I don't
searched,
remember it at all.
and you never searched a folder with Ms. Lazzaro's name on it?
Negative.
And you conducted your search at the head of the bed?
Correct.
Head of the bed is about 6.5 feet from the foot of the bed where Sergeant Barrett was standing?
Roughly, yes.
No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, may we release this witness?
Yeah, we may, yes.
Okay, you can step down. Thank you. You're free to go. Counsel, what's next?
Your Honor,
Your-
oh, sorry.
It's still your floor.
We would just want to admit into evidence, which is State's Exhibit 107 and 108.
You've been offered.
It's
You'll have an
already been
opportunity
offered.
to
We would
tell me why they're
stipulate to those, yes.
important.
Those are recording and a transcript of said recording of a phone call between Ms. Richins and her mother, where she talks about that these 6 pages, the walk the dog document, were located in the envelope with the privileged papers. There's other parts of the conversation, but that's what we would be offering.
Proffer the date for me.
September 17th, I believe, 2023.
It's the 16th.
16th? Okay.
I think it's the 17th, but
I could be
either
wrong.
the 16th or the 17th, it should be on the transcript.
One moment. Okay.
And then we have nothing further.
Okay.
Your Honor, the state, as to the same walk the dog letter motion to suppress, wants to call Detective Jeff O'Driscoll.
May I ask a more practical question for just a moment? I can stay a little bit late, but I'm not sure if a little bit gets us to the end. And I don't want to stay a little bit late if we're still coming back on another day. I need to be careful about using that resource. So if we need more time, we need more time. That's fine. But should the next discussion we have be about blocking some more time for these issues? I know, but I got to be fair to Brittany and whatnot. Thank you. I don't think an hour's going to get us there.
Just that. Your Honor, I think we can get through this. How late are you able to stay?
I can stay till 6, but let's be practical here. Can we really get through everything else that we need to get in between now and 6 p.m.? Mr. Ramos is saying no. I hate doing these things under time pressure.
Well, Your Honor, I think some of that may depend on the motions regarding the data that Mr. Ramos has filed. The state intends to call Mr. Kochodimos testify to the effect of, based on tons of training, knowledge, and experience with these types of warrants. This warrant is very typical of phone extraction warrants. In fact, it's more narrow than many phone extraction warrants that contain language simply like dump the phone as long as it has to do with the crime. And he can explain why warrants require that breadth. Now, I can see where that information would be unnecessary given the fact that this court has approved so many similar warrants and just probably knows that.
Well, the other issue that I think there's a scope of the inquiry issue that I have here is that the warrant was issued. It says what it says. Is there a legal route for collateral attack on its scope at this point?
So,
I mean, once it's issued, isn't the only routes of attack either that it was secured through fraud, that's a Frank's hearing, or that its execution was unreasonable? But as long as the information seized or secured is within the scope described by the warrant, is there a legal basis for the warrant was overbroad when issued kind of attack?
Your Honor, the state doesn't believe so. And to be clear, that the defense in their motion has not challenged the veracity of the probable cause under Frank's.
Understood.
The defense has not challenged the execution of the warrant. They are indeed challenging the four corners of the warrant as issued.
Help me understand, Mr. Ramos, what's your hook?
It's a lack of particularity described in what to search for within it.
And let's assume you're absolutely right about that and that the judge that issued it missed it, wasn't sufficiently attentive. At this point, though, where we have, I believe, good faith reliance on an overbroad warrant, isn't it black letter law that that's not a violation of the Fourth Amendment?
Well, no, I don't believe so. If it was issued and it lacked particularity, Your Honor has the discretion to go back and either suppress it entirely.
Do I have that authority?
Well, if you do, Judge, based on case law.
Okay. And you'll be able to cite me to that?
The way I've read it, yes, Judge.
Okay.
Now, that's assuming Your Honor believes it does, in fact, lack particularity.
Okay.
If it doesn't.
Well, I need to give you a fair opportunity to lay that foundation, though, and make your arguments.
Now, to be fair, coming into this motion, or to this hearing, we were going to just submit on the four corners and just brief it. So I had no plans on calling anybody. However, I understand the state's position of wanting to call Mr. Kochodimos.
Candidly, I really don't care what Mr. Kochodimos thinks is typical. I mean, I'll wager with him about how many of these I've seen versus how many he's seen, and so I think I can make that call.
And the state's comfortable with that, Your Honor, because candidly, the court has signed warrants with identical language.
Yeah, probably so.
It is our stock language that we use in every phone dump warrant.
Right. But, I need to give Mr. Ramos an opportunity to make his arguments, and so, yeah.
Well, Your Honor, I believe that opportunity will come in paper.
Yeah.
I'm happy to limit this based on the court's experience with such warrants to the four corners, not call Mr. Kochodimos and move on.
Is there any evidence you feel like the defense needs to put on to provide the record from which you can make your arguments regarding this warrant is infirm because of a lack of particularity?
Judge, I believe that I'm limited to the four corners.
Okay.
I don't believe I can present any evidence, even if I wanted to.
Understood.
Should he want to do it, and I'd certainly love a chance to cross-examine
No, I don't.
somebody.
Candidly, I don't think Mr. Kostradimus's testimony on that issue is going to be particularly persuasive.
We would agree, Judge, and one thing we did discuss, which we would it's already been offered, I've discussed this with Mr. Bloodworth. In the initial motion that I filed, I identified some warrants. Come to find out later, there was another one that it just wasn't identified as through the IMEI number.
Okay.
So we've gone back and forth. All of the warrants have been offered. We're stipulating to them, and I'll cite them in the brief, but
Understood.
just wanted to let Your Honor know.
Okay. All right. Mr. Ramos, anything else we need to discuss today regarding the motion to suppress electronic data? Okay. Mr. Bloodworth?
Nothing further on that motion, Your Honor. I think we can call Detective O'Driscoll in relation to the walk the dog motion. I think we can complete that before 6 o'clock.
All right. Ms. Lewis, do you want to give that a try?
Yeah, I think we can get this done.
All right. Let's give it a try.
Your Honor, the state recalls Detective O'Driscoll.
Okay. Detective, we released you, so I got to swear you in again.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Yes, I do. Thank you. Have a seat.
Your Honor, may I?
Please.
Handing Detective O'Driscoll a copy of 6-page walk the dog letter that is in the court's docket at 2:14. Detective O'Driscoll, I'm going to ask you some questions to ideally provide the court with some clarity regarding some of the discussion inside the walk the dog letter, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to object at this point. I don't see how going through this is going to be helpful to the court, like Mr. Bloodworth's been telling us all day. What's in the letter, what's in the letter, the court can read it. The question here is whether...
Pause one moment. Help me out, Mr. Bloodworth. Where are we headed?
Sir, it's interpretation more than reading.
Why can't I interpret it, though, as well as this gentleman?
Your Honor, because some of the interpretation requires information that the court doesn't possess that Detective O'Driscoll has developed through investigation. Can I give you an example?
Let me ask you another circumstance question. Is it information that Sergeant Thomas had when he handed it over to the Summit County Attorney's Office?
No, Your Honor. It is information to decode, if you will, some of the coded pieces of the letter and to explain why to explain the meaning of the letter, and let me proffer why that's necessary, right? The defense in their moving papers have essentially argued that among an attorney-client, the letter is a attorney-client communication. They've also, I guess, alternatively argued it is attorney work product protected.
Right.
It can't be both. It can be one or the other. They've argued in the alternative. And their work product protection argument is essentially that this walk the dog letter, the defendant prepared it in anticipation of litigation or trial.
Or that it reflects a conversation she had with her attorney about those preparations. That the substance is attorney court work product, yeah.
Correct. All grounding in, we're doing this because of litigation and trial. The state will make an argument in the future when we prepare our opposition papers that, no, the walk the dog letter was not prepared by the defendant in anticipation of litigation or trial. Rather, it was prepared by the defendant in anticipation of witness tampering and publicity. To make that argument, the court needs a deeper understanding of the walk the dog letter, who the various references are in the walk the dog letter, so that the state can make that argument.
And when you say references, are you referring to names, places?
Yes, names, places. So,
Why don't we just ask those questions, Ms. Lewis. That's fine.
That's all the questions. Your Honor, I'm going to hold up so the court can see it. It's the highlighted pieces of the walk the dog letter that Ms. Lewis has.
The way to do this, to obviate the objection, is to the extent this letter says something to the effect of names a person named John Doe, just ask this witness, do you recognize that name? Does that person have any significance to this case?
Yes, Your Honor, that's the plan.
Okay. Ms. Lewis?
For the record.
Yeah.
Just renew the objection that the letter can be read on its face for purposes of a motion to suppress.
Fair enough. Can you speak specifically, though, that there may be names or other references in there that you all recognize that I don't recognize or wouldn't when performing an objective review of the letter, because I don't have the same level of information that you all have?
I think that who these may refer to, I don't know what he's going to say, but may not be what we believe. What he believes may be something different. But now we're back to infecting the jury pool again. They're going to argue that these are coded words. Where he gets his information is certainly not from Ms. Richins, who wrote the letter. So we're going to put a whole bunch more stuff out there that Mr. Bloodworth was very concerned
With
about.
respect, it's already out there. This was all on the record. Gosh, we had a hearing about this. Ms. Lazaro was standing there saying the same thing, and I said something to the effect of if they thought they had probable cause to charge her with witness tampering, they would have charged her with it, but we are where we are. Everybody has their arguments. This has been out for a year and a half. Can we just get the factual information out, and then you'll all be able to make your arguments? But that concern was vetted a year and a half ago.
All right, I understand. I just have an ongoing objection to this.
I understand. Just ask factual questions.
Yes, Your Honor, and can we agree that the state has discretion in whether or not to charge
Sure.
if there's probable cause?
We'll see. Okay, let's keep moving.
Detective O'Driscoll, can you please turn to page 3 of the letter?
Yes.
In the middle paragraph, that reads, also please text Lotto or call, tell him, do not text me.
Yes.
Do you know who Lotto is?
It's Mike Kelly.
And who, at the time of the walk the dog letter, was Mike Kelly in relation to the defendant?
Close friend or intimate interest.
The letter then says, tell him not to text me. What do you understand that reference to text me to mean?
Text messages sent over the home wave system from the jail.
And did they have a history of texting over the home wave system from the jail?
Yes.
Can you please turn to page 4? Do you see right at the top a reference to potentially working out mortgages for houses identified as hers, yours, and Chelsea's?
Yes.
The hers, you can tell from the letter, relates to Marissa's. Who is the yours in that sentence?
Lisa Darden's.
And how is it you know that?
Because at the time, Lisa's house, just like Chelsea's and Marissa's or those properties, was facing foreclosure.
And who was responsible for the mortgages on those 3 homes that were facing foreclosure?
K. Richins Realty, or Miss Richins.
You see about 2 sentences down, there's a reference to Lotto and his house in Hideout.
Yes.
Did Michael Kelly at that time own a home in Hideout?
Yes.
At the end of that paragraph, you see a reference to the Yotels.
Yes.
Do you understand that reference?
Yes.
What is it?
2 properties at the Canyons Resort that were short-term rentals owned by K. Richins Realty.
And like the other 3 properties, were those 2 Yotel properties in foreclosure at that time?
Yes.
The next paragraph asks, one way to get at Katie is going through my phone and finding pictures of her girl.
Yes.
Based on your investigation, did the defendant's mother, Lisa Darden, at that time have access to either a copy of the defendant's phone or a new phone that contained the defendant information from the defendant's phone?
It appears so, yes.
I object. He doesn't have any direct knowledge of that. Speculation.
Yeah, we lay a little foundation. I'm not sure what he means by it appears so.
Sure. How do you know that the defendant's mother, Lisa Darden, at that time had access to information from the defendant's phone?
During several other instances of calls or text messages between Ms. Richins and her mother, she frequently asked her mother to retrieve data or information from, quote, her phone.
And based on that, and based on that request, and jail calls, did Lisa Darden appear to retrieve information from the defendant's phone?
In reply, yes.
On page 5, the letter references my girls and then Chelsea, Kelsey, and Selma. Based on your investigation, who are Chelsea, Kelsey, and Selma in relation to the defendant?
3 of her closest friends.
Finally, turn to page 6, please. In the middle, it reads, lastly, don't forget to work on the gun receipts. We want to file charges and let the prosecutor not do anything about it.
Yes.
Based on your investigation, what is this business about gun receipts?
Ms. Richins.
I'm going to object. I think he's identified the names of the people. I think now Your Honor can read the rest of this letter. There's nobody else to identify in here.
I think I can draw an inference on that one, Mr. Bloodworth. We can move on.
I suspect the court can draw an inference on crest white strips as well, so I will stop there.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Ms. Lewis, any follow-up for Detective O'Driscoll?
So, one moment.
Of course.
Your Honor, we don't have anything further.
All right. Detective, you can step down. Thank you.
Do you need this copy?
What is it?
The letter.
No, I have it, sir. Thank you. You can leave it there. All right. Mr. Bloodworth, anything further from the state today?
Your Honor, can I briefly recall the Detective O'Driscoll?
Sure. We need to be iterating towards an end here. Okay. No, he's still, I didn't release, he's still under oath. You understand that you're under oath, correct, Detective?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Detective O'Driscoll, you've testified to this before. As a part of your investigation, did you contact representatives of the hunting camp in Mexico where Eric Richins hunted?
Other investigators on the case did, yes.
I object. I don't know where this is going. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with what's in front of the court right now.
I have similar questions. Tell me where we're going.
Your Honor, the court has heard this testimony, and that
True.
The testimony.
Stop there, though. Why do we need to get into this today?
Your Honor, because the defense has argued, not only in its moving papers, but in some of its questioning today, that this business about the hunting camp was a discussion between Ms. Lazaro and the defendant.
How would this gentleman know whether that is the case or not?
He would know that that discussion is inconsistent. The purported discussion between Ms. Lazaro and the defendant is inconsistent with the facts of the case that Ms. Lazaro had at the time. I'm also mindful of burdens here, Your Honor. The defense, of course, has the burden, right, to...
Showing that this is either privileged or protected from disclosure as work product.
Correct, and they have presented no testimony on that issue. Nevertheless, the state could present testimony right now regarding the investigation into the hunting camp.
Yeah, let's stop there, though. The hunting camp issue potentially opens several different cans of worms. I'm going to limit you on this topic today. We'll see if we ever need to get into this prior to trial.
Yes, Your Honor, understood. Can I propose this? To the extent the state, because we haven't seen substantive papers from the defense, right? To the defense opens this can of worms.
Understood.
Can the state rely on Detective O'Driscoll's previous testimony on the issue in its responsive papers?
Sitting here today, I can't remember if these lawyers were present when he testified to that.
It was the previous set of lawyers.
Okay, I'll consider that.
Okay.
Still not sure this is ever going to come up on this motion, but we'll see.
Sir, I appreciate that. I'm not sure either.
So that's even more reason to move on.
Fair.
Okay, anything else for this witness?
No, sir, thank you.
Ms. Lewis, may we let this gentleman step down?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Bloodworth, anything else from the state today?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Ramos?
No, Judge, thank you.
We need to talk about deadlines. I am happy to let all of you talk amongst yourselves, agree to some briefing deadlines, and tell me what they are when we convene on February 3. Is that agreeable?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth?
That's agreeable, Your Honor. I would just ask, because I've seen the court do it both ways, is the court's general preference for kind of a more substantive briefing from the defense, followed by opposition by the state and reply?
I mean, you all can stipulate around whatever you want to do. To the extent people want to have the last word on the issues for which they have the burden, I don't know that I'm going to say no to that. That can create some lengthy back and forth. So just talk to each other, see if you can agree to what's going to happen here. I would prefer to receive all the briefing, be able to read all the briefing, and then have a hearing where I can ask you questions about it and have you make your arguments after I've seen it. That works best for me.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Talk to each other, though, about the timeline for that, and let me know what you decide on February 3. We are reconvening on February 3 by WebEx, I believe, at 9:30 a.m. to discuss juror questionnaire related topics. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, is that your understanding?
It is my understanding. Ms. Olson and I were just discussing, given the information we got today about the February 11th date, it might make sense to move the February 3rd date until after February 11th.
Folks, whether you pull jurors from this county, an adjacent county, a county in the southern end of the state, isn't your jury questionnaire going to look exactly the same?
Yeah, he's the only one to talk about the questionnaire.
You're probably.
And whether it's in person or by virtual means, isn't your jury questionnaire going to look exactly the same?
I would agree with that.
Okay. February 3, 9:30 a.m. by WebEx. All right. Anything else today, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Nestor, Ms. Lewis, Mr. Ramos?
No, nothing.
All right. Ms. Richins, I'll see you on February 3. I wish you the best of luck. Court's in recess. Everyone, please travel safe. Thank you.